an answer to the stupid question this morning. He was the first black artist to win a Grammy for Album of the Year, 215-263. WMMR, it is Eric that we will go to. Eric, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Eric. So who was the first black artist to win a Grammy for Album of the Year, please?
Stevie Wonder.
You are correct. Stevie Wonder won it for Inner Visions. And I don't know what year that came out. We'll have to check on that. Thank you to Craig Lagans for the questions. Eric, hang on the line. We are going to give you a $50 Metro Diner dining card, and you can kick mealtime traditions to the curb this year. Enjoy new hearty dishes like the Carnitas Scramble Bowl at Metro Cristo.
Wow.
A sandwich stacked between two fried jelly-filled donuts topped with powdered sugar.
A jelly donut?
Visit metrodiner.com. Two of them. All right.
Where's my damn jelly donut?
We'll go through some movies and see how they did at the box office. Number one was Magic Mike's Last Dance. Made $8.2 million, followed by Avatar: The Way of Water, Titanic.
Yeah, they re-released it because of the Super Bowl week. They try to counter-program for movies that might appeal to women.
In the movie theaters?
Yeah.
Okay. So that came in third, followed by 80 for Brady, Puss in Boots, Knock at the Cabin, A Man Called Otto. 8 was Missing. Then you have Megan and Plane.
I'm surprised Knock at the Cabin. It was number
Didn't
one
hang up
last
there
week.
longer.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of people were getting a lot of good feedback on that movie.
So that's top 10 at the box office. Let's go into some stories. All right, it looks like there may be trouble in paradise for Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly.
Yes.
On Saturday, the actress shared a post to Instagram that has people speculating about whether she and the Bloody Valentine singer have broken up. Along with photos of herself and video of a burning envelope, Fox shared lyrics from Beyonce's Pray You Catch Me, writing the caption, "You can taste the dishonesty, it's all over your breath." And when a fan commented saying he probably got with Sophie, referring to guitarist Sophie Lloyd, the actress responded saying, "Maybe I got with Sophie."
Oh.
Along with a fire emoji.
Fire.
Fox also deleted photos of the pair together from her page, including their engagement announcement from January 2022.
Slay Queen.
She later deactivated her account altogether. That sounds pretty gnarly to me.
That's pretty conclusive to me.
I would have to say so.
In fact, I'm going to prefer to just assume it happened and never find out whether it did or didn't.
Okay, you go with that. Yeah, I think that's. I think it's the
more
best course of
fun
action. It
to
is
know that
more
they
fun.
broke up and everything's fine.
All right, Lori Laughlin beamed from ear to ear in her first award show
That must have
appearance.
looked weird.
Since the infamous college admissions scandal. The Full House star posed for pics at the 30th Annual Movie Guide Awards in Los Angeles on Friday in what marked her first ceremony attendance since being released from prison in December 2020. Laughlin stepped out in a vibrant pink ensemble consisting of a silk blazer and trousers of the same color, as well as a silky blouse of a darker shade.
It sounds delightful, doesn't it, Kathy?
It's all the silkiness.
So
Do you think I could
silky.
work that?
I'm not sure.
She completed the look with minimal makeup and her hair up in a bun with several tresses let down and curled, and she accessorized with a dark pink clutch
Wow.
and a pair of...
This just said that we earlier reported it was a clutch. It was a full-blown pocketbook. We go down to Jim Guseski. Jim, where did that false information about the clutch make it into the story? I don't know, Tom. All right, thank you.
She also had a pair of pointy heels and that were of the same shade, too.
I like Preston's recap of it, though.
Yes.
You sound good reporting it.
Thank you.
What was the event? Was it like the TV guide or
Movie Guide Awards.
Oh, movie guide.
Yeah, so
this has to be a lower tier event.
yeah, it's not a big
they
biggie.
provided free meal.
On the flashy red carpet, the actress was seen rubbing shoulders with her longtime pal and former co-star Candace Cameron Bure. The pair laughed and posed for pictures together before heading into the ceremony.
Got just a delicate laugh.
The pair, who were co-presenters at the award show in the Hollywood's Avalon Theater, purposefully avoided all questions from the media, so they stayed away from all that. In a recent interview with The Guardian, Jada Pinkett Smith opened up about her struggle with alopecia, an autoimmune disorder that causes hair loss. And, of course, this comes after Chris Rock made a joke about her bald head at the Oscars, and Will Smith got up and smacked the crap out of him. The actress told the outlet that her diagnosis had been a great teacher. She said it's been a hard one, a scary one, because specifically as black women, we identify so much of ourselves with our hair, and it was scary. I had to really dig deep and see the beauty of myself beyond my aesthetics. Following the infamous Oscar slap, Pinkett Smith had said, I learned a lot about detachment, and I learned a deeper beauty within myself. Being able to let my hair go, she
I'll
said.
tell you this. She rocks that bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, she looks great.
Yeah, sure. And as far as her aesthetics go, it helps also. She's got like a rock hard body on
Yes.
top. So she's got some aesthetics.
You know, it's kind of wild. Her mother's actually in better shape than she is.
Yeah,
The mother's
I've seen the
like
Red Table
jacked.
talk. Yeah, she's doing wonderfully well, especially being an older woman.
Yeah.
Following the launch of her vaginal wellness gummies, Kourtney Kardashian has faced some sharp criticism from women's health experts who slammed the celebrity's probiotic as incredibly problematic. Kardashian's Instagram post advertising her new product said, vaginal health is such an important part of a woman's overall well-being and not talked about enough, which is why we are so excited to launch this. Give your vagina the sweet treat it deserves.
You sound insane.
And turn it into a sweet treat.
How do you chew something with your vagina?
So listen to this. She said, you know what they say? You are what you eat. We combined real pineapple and vitamin C with the power of clinically studied SNZ 1969 probiotics to target vaginal health and pH levels that support freshness and taste. I kid you not. Freshness and taste.
So this ad is sending the completely wrong message. She's laying on her back, and there are cats circling her, Preston.
Yeah, that's kind of strange.
Mm-hmm.
But as she's talking about what she's eating. No, she's talking about what,
she is.
So she's talking about
what she's talking about the probiotic that she's eating, that she's chewing.
Let me dive into this a little bit more.
Okay.
Kardashian rolled out her latest vitamin called Let Me Purr this week. You know, like a kitty cat, like a pussy cat.
You know where we're going with that.
But gynecologists and other women's health experts promptly called out the reality television star and her new product. Experts cautioned consumers that there is no scientific evidence behind Kardashian's claim that the vitamins work. Reminded potential buyers to seek advice from their doctor instead of an influencer or celebrity, and said the promises of the products were purely misogynistic and anti-feminist, which I found an interesting comment. But in 2019, Kardashian started her wellness brand Poosh.
Yeah.
And last year, she launched her vitamin and supplement line
Queef, Vajamic.
called Lemmy. That's the supplement line to further establish herself in the wellness industry. And obstetrics and gynecology specialist, Dr. Brooke Vandermolen, who is popular for her women's health advice on Instagram, said that Kardashian's claim that her gummies target vaginal wellness has no merit and challenged the assertion that they can help with vaginal freshness, odor, and taste.
There you go.
All right,
There you go.
And there
So
it
they
is.
have the earlier bird special, a little bit of a vag.
All vaginas. This is
How's the vag here?
the doctors.
Well,
so
we
they're-
use Lemmy in all our vaginas, so they're quite tasty.
But they're saying that claim is a bunch of BS, right?
Yeah.
This is exactly like what Gwyneth Paltrow got into the same sort of mess, claiming that she had stuff that was an enhancement for vaginal wellness or whatever,
And like scent.
and it's
stuff
not
like that.
and it's not based on anything.
Well, but that's the thing. I don't even know. I don't think that's what a probiotic does.
I know. So the doctor told this publication all vaginas have an individual smell and taste. The word taste, there you go, Kathy, which will vary according to your menstrual cycle,
Tapioca.
exercise patterns, and your diet.
By the way, you know that they sell, Kathy, you may not be aware of this, but they
Steve.
actually sell supplements that are supposed to tailor the taste of seminal fluid. So, you remember this product that was out for the longest time?
Like it tastes like ice cream.
I don't know. I assume.
I don't know.
But I mean, this is a product line.
Yeah, whether that's legit or not, too, I think remains to be seen
I
as well.
can't imagine it is.
The odor, now this is according to the doctor. Let me preface by saying
The
this.
witch doctor.
It says the odor of discharge is important for the function of the vagina because it means a healthy balance of bacteria are present in the microbiome.
Vagina.
So it is purely, and this is where the doctor brings in the misogynistic things. She says it is purely misogynistic and anti-feminist to suggest that vaginas are somehow unclean or unhygienic because their natural odor doesn't fit in with the ideal provided in the mainstream media and porn.
Damn it!
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they're saying,
vagina is cold.
listen, talk to your doctor if you got some issues.
I talk to my doctor. I talk to Dr. Mike all the time about my vagina.
Don't talk to Kourtney Kardashian about it.
I watched this. You know who Ian Bagg is, the
Yes.
Canadian Steve. All right, so I saw this clip last week where there's a kid in the crowd who's 14 years old. Okay, and by the way, like 14-year-olds don't belong in that crowd anyway. But he goes, hey, you know, and you're there with your dad. Hey, have you talked to him about sex yet? And the dad's like, yes. And then he goes, and he's like, yeah, but I bet you he didn't talk to you about taste and stuff like that. And
He got that graphic.
he got pretty graphic but he said something about the taste and about the kick that it has. And he likens it to like Caesar salad dressing. And I was just absolutely floored, and I never thought about it until Ian Bagg said that. And I was like, oh my gosh, there is like there's a tanginess.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you know what one of the ingredients in Caesar salad dressing is?
Is it anchovies?
Yes.
Okay.
So there you go. Moving on.
Bill just ate a bullet.
According,
I'm going to end it all. I can't go on.
According to People Magazine, Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds are officially parents of 4 children now. Lively shared a photo of herself with Ryan and her mother, Tammy, to Instagram Sunday, and fans quickly noticed the absence of her baby bump. And she wrote, Puppy Bowl Sunday 2023 has been busy. She wrote, including photos of the dishes they made for the big event. So I don't really have any other details than that right
They
now.
watched the Puppy Bowl. So did I.
Let's see. Halle Berry is having a good laugh at herself. The Monsters Ball actress took to Instagram on Friday to share a reel of herself face planting as she approached a podium at a charity event.
And she takes a full face plant. Did you see the video?
Did.
Yeah.
Yep. She said, sometimes you bust your ass, she wrote in the caption. But she was able to admit it and get that out there in the open. And yeah, sometimes it happens. On Friday's episode of The Talk, Jerry O'Connell gave his wife, Rebecca Romaine, a Magic Mike-style lap dance in celebration of his 49th birthday. Romaine sat in a chair, smiling as O'Connell performed his routine in a pair of jeans with his shirt off. The dance ended with the Jerry Maguire star carrying Romaine off stage.
He's in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Remember, the chubby kid in Stand By Me is, had blossomed. He did fine.
Yeah, and he's, he's 49? He's in great shape for 49, absolutely.
You know what she's really good on? She's a Star Trek Strange New World. She is the #1 character, the second in command, basically, and she's great.
Nice. All right, I'm not overly familiar with this guy, but his name is Alexander Ludwig. He was from Hunger Games and also Vikings.
Yes.
He and his wife, Lauren Ludwig, are expecting a baby.
The Ludwigs.
Yep. The pair announced the news to Instagram on Saturday, and they commented on having suffered multiple pregnancy losses, along with a photo of Alexander holding Lauren's baby bump in a mirror selfie. The Vikings actor wrote, "It's been a long road, and we wanted to wait until things were looking promising this time around. Thank you guys for all the support. We couldn't be more grateful." Lauren shared the same photo and wrote in the caption, "As a lot of people, you know, it's been a long road for Alexander and myself, and we suffered 3 losses before this one, but each one of the losses taught us about ourselves and each other. To everyone out there who has suffered miscarriages before, there is light on the other side of your journey. You are not alone," is what she says.
On this Viking show, the craft services, do you think they serve Surströmming?
Oh, I would hope
keep
so.
authentic?
Just as a tradition.
Right.
You know, yeah. Hey, Tim Allen has confirmed he will return as the voice of Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story 5.
Wow.
So Buzz Lightyear is going to be in it, and he also said that Woody will be in it. There's no confirmation that Tom Hanks is on board yet.
How it
It's got to be. It has to be.
I mean, they love that. And those guys are good friends, Tim Allen and Tom Hanks.
Yeah, he tweeted, "See you soon, Woody. You are a sad, strange little man, and you have my pity." And off we go to number 5, to infinity and beyond.
Did you see number 4?
I saw it.
I don't remember.
Keanu Reeves was the evil Knievel type. Yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was actually. I always approach these with reticence because I'm like, oh, don't ruin it.
Well, 3 was
it's so good.
perfect.
He was,
3 was
a perfect
perfect.
ending.
Yeah.
Like exactly, it was so emotional. The wrap up was great, but 4 was good.
It really was, yeah. There's a line, I think it's in 1 or 2 of Toy Story where Tim Allen with Buzz is like, I'm over here sucking down Darjeeling. And like this, like the anger that comes out of his voice, the way that he delivers it is so damn good.
Yeah.
Alan's return comes after the release of the top Toy Story spin-off, Lightyear, and the 2022 animated film that explored the origin story of Buzz Lightyear and featured Chris Evans as the voice of the character. And Disney CEO Bob Iger announced the Toy Story and Frozen sequels during a quarterly earnings call. We had mentioned that last week. They're also going to do another Zootopia.
Which is Kathy's favorite animated movie, right?
One of them. I really liked it. I thought it was great.
Let's see here. Deadline reports Saturday, a spokesperson for the Sheriff's Department in Southern California provided an update on the search for missing actor Julian Sands.
Oh, man, there's no way this is ending well.
The actor disappeared from the Mount Baldy region of the San Gabriel Mountains a month ago now. And he said, regarding the search for Julian Sands, we remain hopeful, but no, the outcome will not be what we would like.
Unless he's been adopted by a pack of wolves.
Yeah,
I
right.
can't imagine anything's going on that's good.
He said conditions on Mount Baldy remain a danger, and our aviation division still patrols the area when they are available, and we also plan to search the area by ground in the future.
Think of the difficulty of that, like a search and recovery in that terrain.
Oh, yeah. Jonathan Majors enters the MCU as the next major villain, portraying Kang, the Conqueror, in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Looking ahead at Avengers, the Kang Dynasty, Majors recently revealed that he would like to share the big screen with Robert Downey Jr., reprising his role of Iron Man.
Well, it could happen, multiverse.
Maybe a flashback.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Why not?
He said, this is like a Robert Downey Jr. day. He just keeps popping up in my head. He said, I know he's an OG. I mean, he's one of the originals, and I'm just such a huge fan of him as an actor. I think what he did with Iron Man was such a gift to the culture at large, and I would love to be across from him on screen to see how our philosophies, acting-wise and character-wise, just personally match up. He said, I find him to be such a fascinating artist, which is why Iron Man is so fascinating.
There'd be no MCU without Robert Downey Jr. and Jon Favreau. I think they could reintroduce him as the adult version of his character in Weird Science.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. He said his portrayal of Iron Man is so fascinating, and he represents a very clear worldview of and energy of the Avengers. If you go back to him in Weird Science, it's pretty funny to see he had this huge gap
He did, yeah.
between his teeth before he eventually got that straightened out. But I loved his character in that movie.
So he's playing Kang, and he's
douchebag.
playing the nemesis in the Creed movie as well.
Oh, yeah, that's
I mean,
right.
his star's on the rise.
Yeah, most definitely. And speaking of the MCU, or actually just superhero movies more in particular, because it's a DC film, but and we'll break down some of the things we saw in the Super Bowl last night as far as commercials went, but Warner Brothers released the official trailer for The Flash. That was aired last night. The trailer shows Ezra Miller's Barry Allen meeting another version of himself in the multiverse, as well as 2 different Batmen played by Ben Affleck and Michael Keaton, which was so cool to see.
It looks so goddamn good. You knew that in that first teaser trailer when he's standing next to something that we all assumed was the Keaton Batmobile, and then you got to see more of it realized. I am conflicted about this movie because all the word on it is that it's great, and I love the director, and I really have enjoyed Ezra Miller as the Flash. And yet there's all this baggage that you're going to have to completely push to the side when you go in to see it, you know?
So that's why you're conflicted on it?
Yeah, because and whether they say they're going to, does this start a continuing thing? Are they going to, forgive and forget? Are they going to work with him as far as clearing up his image? Or
I think so.
Is this the finality of it?
I think they can get it together.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to have to promote it really without him, though. I mean, he's not going to be able to
There's
do any
no
of the
way
press
there's
tour,
some-
so
yeah.
they're going to rely on Michael Keaton and Batman and whatever else to sell tickets to it. But yeah, Steve, like he's a really troubled person who's done apparently some pretty horrific things. it's hard to support a guy like that.
And they're also, you never know, Christian Bale might be in this too. There's a moment where you see that bike that he rode. So, and it's a multiverse, and there's also
Affleck is in it.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Yeah.
And but also we see Zod come back, and there's a Supergirl in there too at the end.
So as with this storyline, what he has done has altered these many different storylines, so much so that Zod is victorious.
Yeah.
All of that is great.
I love it.
Does that mean that Cable's in it as well?
Maybe. I don't know.
He should be.
I'm just wondering at what point during the game did this air? Was it first?
It wasn't the full trailer case. It was like maybe 45 seconds or
But I
maybe-
missed all of it.
Yeah, maybe you were going pee-pee?
Did you go to the bathroom at all?
No, halftime.
Did you make peeps?
No.
I think it was second quarter.
Second quarter?
Yeah.
It was great. The full version is up for the grabs. And Preston, that motorcycle you're seeing is actually Ben Affleck. That is a multiverse version of Batman.
Okay.
Yes, but it looks like the Bat Pod.
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we're ready for clips now. Here we go. The New York City socialites of Bravo's Summer House are back for another season of elaborate partying in the Hamptons. And here, Danielle Oliveira talks about the outrageous amount of money that they spend. Here we go.
Lindsay's birthday cost her a lot of money, but it's like in the thousands, like an easy 5,000.
Oh.
Shut the fuck up, huh?
Okay. Summer House Season 7 airs tonight, 9 o'clock. That's on Bravo.
How do you feel the seasons have been over the past 6 Summer House seasons?
The third was my favorite.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
always the case.
Kind of went down after
That's
that.
when they hit their stride.
I have no idea who these people are. Next clip, here we go. Not every director wants a parent's opinion when it comes to filming their child. However, that was not the case in the new film, She Came from the Woods. And here, directors Eric and Carson Bloomquist talk about the positive reactions that they've received.
We had this group of dads on the set who a lot of our ensemble of children belonged to, I guess, their parents. And they were just, anytime something happened, they were just like the biggest cheerleaders for these kids. They were horror dads through and through.
If someone wants to yank a guy's crank, I say let him.
It almost sounded identical.
I thought, yeah.
Wow. She Came from the Woods is in theaters now if you want to check that out. And there you go. That's our last item in the entertainment report this morning. If you're just joining us, we welcome you. Yeah, I know. That's all we have to say.
The Eagles won.
No, maybe we need the Flash.
Multiverse.
We need the.
You could fix this.
Somewhere in the multiverse.
I will take a Zod victory for an Eagles victory.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, we do need to break down some of what went on last night. So we'll take a break and we'll come back in a second. We're taking the ride together. We're in the same mindset as you, friends. So let's hang out. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
For 2 years, it disappeared.
About a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you
I
shave,
feel like
okay?
you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh. Ooh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. we're doing
the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right,
Well,
you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
This
what
is like a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
No, Preston, you got a little.
It looks like someone crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh my God, Chuck
like,
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah.
He does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
God, what a soothing voice.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his beard?
What they did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What are you doing?
Jeez.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh my God.
You're dying
Oh my God. She poured like an 8-9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
And rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like?
Oh.
Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't.
You're right.
You
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
If there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
Casey brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right, so we can get a drum roll, Case?
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah. How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there.
opinion.
If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
It's gotta be mine.
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
No.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody...
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too. I think I know who it is.
What you guys would say, 215-263 WMMR. We talked about, how we go about handling the first open conversation that we have of the day, where we're going to, dive into the Super Bowl and what we saw last night. But why don't we just let people open up and say what you want to say.
Or celebrate. Listen, a team that played very well and deserves lots of accolades.
Had an amazing season.
Absolutely.
215-263 WMMR is our number.
So I was watching 6ABC last night, and they had Annie McCormick and Walter Perez in Center City sort of covering win or lose what would happen. And there were some gatherings of people outside around City Hall and Broad Street or whatever. And there seems like there was a few sort of disruptions, but nothing bad happened that I could see. Did you guys see any
there was
terrible behavior?
Not afterwards.
before.
They had the car flipping over at 4 o'clock.
Right, yeah. But after the game, it seemed like people were just...
There was a little tear gas. Apparently there was.
Did you see tear gas?
That's what they said. I didn't know where was this. It was
Where'd you see that?
I saw it in the Daily Mail. So they have a picture. I don't know. But it was just, and it didn't seem like a huge. It was just basically if you could or whatever.
It was probably Philadelphia, New Mexico, is where
it could have been Philadelphia, New Mexico.
Well, I saw
tear gas or just a smoke bomb.
I saw smoke from an exhaust.
So call up the article.
Annie McCormick tweeted something out, but yeah, I didn't see any terrible behavior last night.
Okay.
For the most part, no. It seemed. Listen,
it's too much effort at that point.
Yeah, everyone was so disappointed and depressed.
Yeah.
Okay. The Chiefs in face down with cops before being sprayed with tear gas is what it says here. Now, this video footage up on their page. I don't know where that's from, but I'll say this. For the most part, though, in the article, they say everything was fairly comfortable. I think one of the touching moments, I forget what I was watching, but after the game, there was an Eagles fan clearly at the stadium walking up the steps, and there are a couple of Chiefs fans there, and they fist bumped each other. And he's like saying, good game. Like it was not, I'm going to kill you. You know, there was everyone kind of.
The fan bases, I thought, the vibe that we had in Phoenix, like it was jovial, And I even said when we were in Arrowhead, I'm like, I have no hatred for the team, for the city, for you know what I mean.
And
like,
when they compared the teams and all of the things that were similar and that were sort of, incestuous.
Yeah,
there was so much there.
There was. Now I don't know what you guys all did, but Kat, did you watch it at home? Nick, did you watch it at home?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, so I watched it at my brother's, and when the game was over, it was real quiet, like not, and everybody just
disappointing.
Everybody just kind of gathered their stuff. I'm like, I'll grab my crock
Did you go over to the piano and start playing Hallelujah?
And they don't have a piano there.
The Eagles fans outnumbered the Chiefs fans at the Super Bowl. I think it
for
was
sure.
it was in the 60s as far as Eagles fans go, 60%, somewhere in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when something good would happen for the Chiefs, you would hear some cheering. When something good would happen for the Eagles, you heard a lot of cheering.
You'd hear the full Eagles chant and everything.
Right.
It was wild to see it. The thing that kills me though with this, and it's the nature of the beast. The lead up, the constant. There are about 9 times I thought, okay, we're getting going now. And, it was false start. And
it's a little too much pageantry.
It's too much pageantry.
So, what I realized last night while watching those commercials, what the Super Bowl has become to me is that Fast and Furious trailer.
Yes.
I mean, I'm like, this is it. They've taken it beyond. It's, it's a little, they've gone just like in those movies, they've gone a couple steps too far. When it comes down to it, the football game is exciting enough as it is.
Yeah, and they need to keep that in mind. And the pacing of all the sponsorships and all, it ruins the game.
It sure does.
When you have these elite athletes just sitting on their asses for 40 minutes waiting to start a second half, it does something.
It's so much better when the game is in progress. And then this is what we came for.
It's funny you mentioned the Fast and Furious trailer, Preston, because my wife turns to me and she goes, "That's one movie?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, for Christ's sake, yeah.
So here's the deal. Like, I was at the Super Bowl in Jacksonville, and Paul McCartney was the halftime show. Right. Stop catering that halftime show to anybody in that stadium, and do the halftime show somewhere else for the billions of people that are watching worldwide, not the 60,000 people that are in that stadium. Right. And then that way you can maybe get right back to it. It's unnecessary, and also this halftime show was okay. I was waiting for her to like put some green on.
Well, we
we're going to get to that.
Yeah.
We're going to break
I
that
know.
stuff down later on. I loved it. But
Yeah.
anyway, let's go to some calls here. I'm going to go to Jacob. Hey, Jacob, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what's up, Jacob?
You can't be mad at the performance, but with the turf and the fumble, I think those are the biggest things. That if the turf wasn't as bad as it was, and we didn't lose that fumble, it would have been a completely different game.
Well, you know, despite how Jacob completely, these things weigh out, and there's always, everyone sort of says at the end of the day, everyone had their issues, both sides that they had to overcome. But I agree with you, man. We said it earlier this morning. That ground was in horrible condition. I don't think I saw a replay of any play where there was not someone slipping.
Dude,
bending their ankle.
Even touchdown celebrations, they were slipping.
They
on
were
it.
slipping for that.
But here's the deal with that, though, Jacob. Both teams got to
Both
play
teams,
on that
yep.
crap.
Oh, I agree.
You know,
No,
Yeah.
and you
But I hear
heard.
ya. Thanks.
You heard all the in the post game interviews and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
They all said both teams had to play on these surfaces. Both of them had to run forward, backwards. So the NFL and the groundskeepers in Phoenix need to like be held accountable because
There's a guy named George Toma. Who's his 94-year-old groundskeeper, and apparently this was probably I think he's prepared the sod for 56 other Super Bowl games.
And this was his swan song, basically, right?
Yeah, and he was supposedly, that was going to be, I guess he's done every single Super Bowl. He was taking part of every single one. But anyhow, this was going to be his last one.
Oh, boy.
But even Terry Bradshaw in the I don't remember if it was halftime or pregame, but he was going on about they painted the field out here. I don't know why they did that.
Well, for the first time I've ever seen, we talk about the halftime show. Prior to the halftime show, they had a whole battalion of people out on the field replacing divots. I've never seen that happen, you know?
All right, let me go to some other calls. We're just opening up the phones. Whatever you want to say, feel free. I'm going to go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Heather?
Oh, it's my brother's birthday. My brother-in-law's birthday today.
Happy
And he
birthday.
is a
We're very
diehard
happy for you.
So I wanted to say happy birthday. He's not going to let it get to him. He already has a great attitude about it, so I just wanted to give a shout out.
Oh,
All right, that's it?
This is more of an intervention to make sure he's okay. Call me, please.
Hey, what's his name, Heather?
His name is Rick.
All right,
Okay, Rick.
Happy birthday to you, buddy. I wish you were celebrating today, but nonetheless.
And even though there was a loss, it is Rick's birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the upsetting loss of the Eagles, tomorrow will be Rick's birthday.
You know what? There was only one, I would say one negative thing that happened last night, and I actually
the loss
because of the loss, and I actually stopped following ESPN on Instagram because of it, because I thought it was totally uncalled for. They photoshopped a picture of basically Patrick Mahomes, Iverson stepping over Jalen Hurts, and I was like, that is that is totally uncalled for. You have to see the picture.
Yeah.
There was I thought it was, listen, it was ESPN's way of saying, hey, way to go, Chiefs, you just won the Super Bowl. But
I don't understand the photo you're referring to.
So hopefully they can bring the photo up into the.
How did Iverson get in this?
So when Iverson stepped over Tyronn Lue on the court, it's a huge
this classic picture.
Classic picture and classic video of him stepping over Tyronn Lue. And so they photoshopped.
They parodied it?
They
Okay.
parodied it, and I'm like, I hate it. I was like, please take this down. This is just a ridiculous photo, and that was the only thing. I was like, that kind of sucked.
Well, they're going to do what they're going to do. That's part of the deal. And the fact that he was playing at all during the Super Bowl was amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Allen Iverson.
Let me go to Jill. Hi, Jill. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, am I on the air?
Yes, you are, Jill.
Cool.
What's up, Jill?
I have lived across the bridge in New Jersey my whole life until about 2 years ago. My family's from North Jersey, so I'm actually a Giants fan. But I wanted to say I'm really, really sorry.
Aw.
That sucked.
Yes.
Well, that's nice of you.
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. The city is a great place, and I think that it was stripped, and I think that's really unfair. So my condolences to everybody, but better luck next year.
Yeah, and it's hard. That reflexive, well, we'll get him next year. I think you also have to wait a little while before you start saying that,
Dude, it's like really hard to get there. You know what I mean? So I don't want to say let's get him next year because there's no guarantees, So this one really, really hurts because we had a really good team this year.
And invested a lot in doing everything by the superstition bookcase. You had an admission earlier today that you might be breaking fully the chain of your superstition rituals.
I need help.
Yeah.
Why don't you start off the season and see what happens not adhering to any of your
here's what's going to happen
until now superstitions.
There's a really good chance that the Eagles will play the Chiefs first game of the season.
Right.
And so if I wear all red and yellow and then the Eagles lose, I'll be like, I can't do that.
How about just wear regular street clothes?
Regular clothes.
Neutral, no colors for either
because
team.
then that'll start a superstition where I'm like, I can't wear colors of any.
We're wearing the red will, too.
Oh, my God. It's ridiculous. I'm the worst.
Anyway, you don't understand.
Yeah. We'll put you in touch with a therapist. All right, we'll go to Corey next. Hey, Corey, you're on the air. Morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so I called in about a week and a half ago for the superstitions and stuff like that. I told you guys, I had my first kid in 2017, and then I had another kid this year, and we're going to the Super Bowl again. So, Steve, you had asked me, if things do go sour, will I be putting this child up for adoption? I just wanted to go ahead and confirm that.
You're going to put the child up for adoption. Thank you for sticking with it.
We're looking for a loving home
for sale or for trade. He's not potty trained, but he's got a good heart.
Yes,
potential.
Absolutely. That's good. Thanks for holding up your end on this too.
Write up a document and get it to us. We'll post it on the website. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you, brother.
All right. Thanks. Sorry, Cor. We'll see you, buddy.
I think 20 years ago, had these three losses with the Union and the Phils and the Eagles last night happened, I would have taken it a lot harder. I think I would have been really much more depressed and probably pretty angry about it. But maybe I'm just at the point in my life now where I'm like, that's really cool to be in 3 different championships and to have the run that the Phils had.
You can't forget that.
And like it was fun. And this season with the Eagles has been a lot of fun. And Casey, I could not agree with you more. They were and are a really good team. But so are the Chiefs. And like I take a little bit of, and the Phillies lost to a really good team in the Houston Astros. Like I take a little bit of solace in making it that far and having these teams to root for that are playing so well. It's not great.
Well,
obviously,
you're also of the age where you've had a chance to experience a championship a couple of times here with the World Series and the Super Bowl.
And I was chatting with my son last night, and he's 16, and he was flat out angry. And I feel bad for the kid. Like he was really pissed off last night, and he was blaming the refs and blaming the turf and whatever the hell else. And the Eagles defense didn't show up in the second half and one thing. And I was like, yeah, but they're playing the Chiefs, who are a really good team with maybe the greatest quarterback in the game right now. So. Like it's hard,
and it wasn't a blowout. It was
a great game. It really was.
It was. There were points where I could not believe what I was seeing. And so that was amazing.
When
in
the
and of
Eagles
itself.
tied it up with that 2-point conversion and made it 35-35.
Yeah,
that was
exciting.
So exciting. It was thrilling at that point, and you knew there was like 5 minutes left, and anything could happen.
Damn it!
I know.
And I knew it. I knew it.
Nothing was, the first touchdown, that was like, oh my God.
To start the game?
Yeah.
Game over. Yeah. Game over. Go home, Kansas City.
By the way, somebody texted in. This is from Dave. He says, hey, guys, good morning. I just wanted to text in and say that in December it will be my birthday.
Hey! Ladies and gentlemen, in December, it will be that texter's birthday.
Hang on a second here. Let me get some other.
By the way, Preston.
Calls. We're opening up the phones, 215-263-WMMR.
The stadium announcer last night had a pipe.
I noticed the same thing.
Yeah.
Like effortless, incredibly.
My balls are so huge, they would fill this stadium.
Yeah, he had a monster voice on him.
Did you notice, too, there's a whole bunch of, there were actually a number of really cool things going on. The lead actor from Coda was signing during America the Beautiful.
That was really cool.
Yeah, it was. There were little moments. If you're going to put up with all that lead-in, stuff, at least they had a couple of cool things going on. But there were moments that really. But man, you try not to let yourself go, get in that pocket where you're going, we're going to take this. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. Because that's the nature of this. It's the nature of sports in general.
Oh, yeah.
That's the way it breaks. And it breaks your heart.
And the way it always works, and more specifically, well, football and baseball are kind of like it because you have that tension lead up. You have the pause before the play starts.
Yes.
Same thing with baseball as well when you're waiting for that pitch. And you can feel physically your body tense up. And you go, and a few times I had to tell myself, chill. Pull back, relax. This is going to happen. Watch it, take it in, and see what's up. But you're just
ripping the couch lining out.
Everything, yeah. Let's go to more calls. Anything you guys want to talk about this morning? Let's go for it. Regarding the game, that is. We'll go to Joe.
I'm from Philadelphia.
Joe, good morning.
Morning, guys. My wife's birthday's next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, despite this depressing loss, Joe's wife's birthday is next week. Everyone bow your heads.
What do you want to...
Casey, I blame you, man. I blame you.
Oh.
You told me to stick with my superstitions. I did, and they lost. Phillies lost. Eagles lost. And
how do you...
I now no longer have a shirt, a cup, or a ball that I can ever hold on to.
So Casey had the same crisis of conscience earlier, Joe. I don't know if you got to hear it. And so what do you say to Joe, Case? Speak comfort to him.
Shut up, dude.
Just shut up.
Well, my wife's birthday's next week. So
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe's wife's birthday is next week.
Thank you.
I drove 1,000 hours last week. I was in an enclosed car with 2 sick people. If anybody wants to blame me on this, you guys can kiss my ass. By the way, everything in my power. I went and visited my dad yesterday. Shut up. It is not my fault.
You provided, I think you guys provided, I don't care win or loss, that moment in the parking lot where you were all tearing up, sort of delivering on the promise of getting the ashes and things out to this, and you didn't fail. You did everything you possibly could. That helped us all viscerally become that much more connected to this. It's not the way we wanted it to end, but I don't think you didn't drop the ball. I mean, it was all you did all you could have done.
And by the way, I wasn't able to collect myself.
Yeah.
For like a half hour after.
No.
We drove to Dunkin' and I was quiet. I like essentially choked back tears for a half hour straight. I have no idea where that came from.
Casey's talking about if you didn't hear, he pouring the ashes, spreading the ashes of people who'd sent the ashes along with you on the trip.
Yeah.
And putting
it was the lanyard with that.
It was the
note
lanyard reading that and that I didn't anticipate it. It was not manufactured.
No.
And it stuck with me, and I couldn't shake it. It wasn't until we ended up running into some dude from like Fairless Hills at the Dunkin'. We bought him some Dunkin', and that made me feel, oh, dude.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
So I never got to tell you guys this. So that guy, and then there was another dude in Dunkin', and we decided to just buy everybody that was in the Dunkin' some
nice
coffee and donut. Hey,
spreading as much goodwill as you can.
Order whatever you want. So I had some sneaky suspicions that the one guy in Dunkin' maybe was falling on hard times. And that was maybe living out of his backpack. I don't know. But so I order him his stuff, and then he goes out there's a little table outside of the Dunkin', and I go to bring him his box of Munchkins, and sitting on the table was a giant machete. And I was like, okay, here you go, your Munchkins. Why don't you leave your machete on the... He had a machete on him!
In Dunkin'?
He left it outside. He didn't bring it into Dunkin' with him.
You can't bring your machete into Dunkin'.
I was like, dude, I couldn't help but think of the freaking guy who was like, smash. That guy.
Right. Oh, yeah. The hitchhiker.
Uh-huh. Because the guy had some transient vibes about him.
Or maybe he was just a machete collector.
Or there was a promotion at Dunkin'.
Yeah, Machete Mondays.
No, it definitely wasn't Machete Friday.
Oh, it wasn't Monday.
No,
it was a
Machete Friday. That's why he didn't bring it in. He would have gotten a free box of Munchkins.
Zero sense then.
Free box of Munchkins with every machete.
Oh, my God.
Wow. All right.
I teared up when Sirianni and Kelsey were tearing up during the national anthem.
Me too.
That was like...
It was a beautiful moment.
I'm like, these guys made it. Like, this is big. This is, so big for them. I don't know. I just felt for them all.
Yeah. All right, we'll go next to Scott. Hey, Scott, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Nothing. How come nobody's talking about that bad holding call?
Well, you are.
Yeah.
We're letting you guys lead the conversation here. Is that all you have to say, Scott?
Is anybody in your family experiencing a birthday this week?
I'll tell you why I'm not talking about it, Scott, because I was so sick and tired of listening to salty Giants and salty 49ers fans over the last 3 or 4 weeks. I was so over it because they complained about everything, anything and everything, and then they would not give us our just dues. Like, we smoked those teams to get to the Super Bowl, and nobody wants to give like Jalen Hurts credit. Nobody wants to give the Eagles credit. So, like, when that happened, despite how I felt about that call, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And you won't hear Kelsey talk about it. You won't hear Nick Sirianni because it doesn't. It's not one play because it's not that. Jalen Hurts fumbling the ball and gifting the Chiefs a touchdown, and then Kadarius Toney getting to the 4-yard line. You know, like, there were a million.
That ended the game. That ended their chance of winning.
They all ended the game. Do you know what I mean? Listen, we ended up.
I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying that one call. That's what ended it.
Well, anything could have happened as well after that. You never know.
They probably would have gotten the points one way or the other at that point. It either would have been a touchdown or a field goal. It sucked to have it happen at that point in the game,
course.
you know, and like it just gets magnified. But Bradbury said afterwards that it was holding.
Yeah,
like,
I just don't know.
He did. He admitted that.
Admitted it.
Yeah.
He grabbed
I
the
just don't
jersey.
know the rules, but like they looked like they were behind the line of scrimmage. And when you're allowed to hold at the line of scrimmage and behind the line of scrimmage, and I think you get like a yard or two past that.
It was a ticky-tack call at best.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Is that your take, Scott?
The ball was within 5 yards.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Scott. And what sucks is that those calls are not reviewable. And to me, that's a little sus.
Yes.
I know.
Let's go do it again.
Thanks,
and
Scott.
maybe we can win this time.
Reset.
Yeah.
But Butker makes the field goal, so what ends up happening is they don't make that call. Butker kicks the field goal. They're up by 3 points. We still have to march down the field. You know what I mean? There's no guarantee that people just assume that, well, we're going to have a minute and 48 seconds, and that's plenty of time to. Sure, it is, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen either. So
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to go to who's been on hold for a while here. Okay, Brett was on hold for a bit. Hi, Brett. Good morning.
Hey there, guys. It's my birthday in 2 weeks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Brett's birthday in 2 weeks.
I just wanted to call in to agree with you guys as far as the pageantry goes. I feel like sometimes you're watching the Super Bowl and it's gotten to this point where it's almost like WrestleMania.
Yeah.
It's all about the halftime show. It's all about the ad. And if this is supposed to be the biggest game in football, I don't feel like you should make it the game that least resembles football in terms of the play time and the time that the guys are on there. I just wanted to agree with that.
That's a good point, Brett. If you saw earlier in the game, they showed a side-by-side photo of just the coin toss.
Oh yeah.
Of the coin toss now.
The coin toss?
Coin toss. Yeah.
Coin toss.
And what was it? With the first?
There were
Four people.
the co-captains that were out there. That was it. And now
an
there's
army.
75
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
at the
For the
center
coin
field.
toss.
And before the kickoff, they were like, and now it's time to start the Super Bowl! Right?
Yeah.
And then, let's wait another 2 minutes.
Right. And meanwhile, there were 3 more things like that leading up to that at that point where we have to everybody get fired up and
I hate that.
Yeah.
I despise that.
The guys are lined up on the field waiting for the opening kickoff. And they're like, here we go! And we're just going to wait.
But first, Brett's sister's birthday is next Wednesday.
Yeah, I disagree that if you're going to make the halftime show this big 40-minute spectacle, just have that be for the people who aren't there to watch football.
Right.
Because you've got these guys and they're sitting in the locker room and they want to play football. So
No, it's true. And the average halftime show is how much longer than the average halftime.
So I timed it. When Rihanna started, I started my timer. I was just curious. It was about almost 13 minutes on the nose.
Okay.
For that performance, but then you've got the pause beforehand to get all the production set up, and then they got to break it all down afterwards. So all told, I'm not sure exactly. I think they said it was like a 27-minute. Break.
By the way, was it common knowledge? It couldn't have been that she was pregnant.
It wasn't.
that far along.
She just had a baby, didn't she?
9 months ago.
She's pregnant. Well,
No,
I don't know.
9 months ago, she had a baby.
It was 9 months ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
so she is pregnant. Rochelle and I are sitting there going, she looks pregnant. I'm like, we would have known about that. That would have been big news. And I was also, we'll get to some of the specifics of the halftime show in a little bit in our next segment, but why she wasn't really dancing all that much. She was doing the moves, but doing small moves. I was like, she's pregnant.
And
That's
we'll talk about it further, but the fact, like, once you realize she's pregnant and she's up on that elevated platform, I'm like, whoa.
Just to let you guys know, Rihanna's birthday is on February 20th.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rihanna's birthday is on February 20th.
All right, let me go to Sean. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, Big Brown, watermelon nipples.
Yes, they're getting
sucked on by all sorts of pipples.
It's been a while, so I had to get on there. Casey boy, I love you so much, but I just need you to go get that water. I need you to get those flowers. I need you to bring them back to our side.
Oh my God, that's the next road trip.
Yes, do, buddy.
Especially that one in New Mexico.
Yeah, absolutely. Jesus Christ!
I guarantee you, we can go back in 5 years, and that rose will still be there.
We can get that whenever.
I believe so. Let's see other rants and vents. We're gonna have to take a break shortly, and when we do that, we'll do B file, then we'll come back and we'll break down the the commercials and halftime and all this stuff. We're gonna go to Martin next. We're letting you guys talk about whatever you want to talk about for now. Hey, Martin. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, bud?
Hey, I just want to say that that defensive coordination wasn't as highly as I expected it to, especially when we get beat by the same play.
Over and over and over again, and you have a team that had 70 sacks all season and didn't get one sack last night. You mean that defensive?
Yeah, that was cited quite often.
There weren't any sacks all night, right?
No, they had two sacks.
Did they have two sacks?
Yeah,
well,
they didn't even sack Hurts. He ran out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage.
Right.
So those technically count as two sacks for the Chiefs. But yeah, the Eagles, the defense, especially in the second half, just it couldn't stop Patrick Mahomes.
Well.
No, I mean, I get the field and everything like that. I get the call and such, but at the same time, Gannon let us down. We should have pressed up. We shouldn't have played zone so much, and that's the result.
But Martin, more importantly, when's your birthday?
July 22nd.
All right, July 22nd.
Martin's birthday is on July 22nd.
So we have that.
Happy birthday, Martin.
Thank you.
2 days after mine. Martin's birthday is 2 days after mine.
It is.
We'll go to Sean next. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Good morning, it's Preston.
Good morning, it's Sean, buddy. Sorry we're dealing with this, but what's up, man?
Yeah, me too, man. You
Yeah.
know, it's hey, Casey boy.
Yo.
I just wanted to call up and thank you, man.
Oh,
you we made this trip to the Super Bowl, and it'll be unforgettable. You did a great job.
Thanks, buddy.
None of it's your fault. You did everything in your power to bring that trophy home in Philadelphia, and I just wanted to give you a big thank you, Casey.
That's very kind,
Appreciate you,
Sean.
Sean. And thank you so much for listening and following along, because I had a great time doing what we did last week. And hanging with Jackie again. God, I love that guy so much. And Cuz is awesome, and Kyle's great. We got along great, and so thank you guys for that whole opportunity, and thanks everybody for listening, because it was a lot of fun.
Talk about Eagles love across the country. So my stepbrother is a massive Eagles fan. He lives in Lexington, Kentucky, born and bred there.
Isn't that wild?
And before I even ever met him, 25 years ago, when my dad and his mom got married, he loved the Eagles. So he's texting me last night and should they have won, he was going to get a ticket today to fly in. And I'm like, dude, if we're doing a live broadcast at the parade, we'll take you there. We'll be right in the middle of it all. He was getting all stoked for that.
And by the way, all the hotels were already booked up.
They were.
Like Wednesday, Thursday,
in
Friday.
Philly?
Yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes, they were.
So is there a mass cancellation taking place right now?
Well, I think Gallagher 2 is performing at the Kimmel.
All right. There'll still be some people that want to stay the night over.
I don't know.
Let's see. Let me go to Steven. Hi, Steven. You are on the air. Good morning.
Hi, yes. I just wanted to say that given the Eagles' defense in that last half was so bad, the only thing worse than that was the drunk guy who sideswiped my car on 476 last night.
You got sideswiped on 476?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So you're moving along in traffic, and he just careens into the side of you?
Yeah. So I'm in the left lane of 476, I'm going. He starts tailgating me. I flash my brakes to tell him to back off a little bit.
Yeah.
And he pulls over onto the
The shoulder?
The shoulder, yeah. And then as he's trying to get back over around me, swerves right into my car.
Oh, my God.
He destroyed my mirror.
Oh, no.
You could have gotten killed.
He got a DUI, I assume?
No, I couldn't see his license plate or anything. He zoomed off. Going
Like it was a hit and run
50
case.
miles an hour.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, that sucks. Well, that puts it in perspective.
Wow.
Yeah.
He didn't bump you, he
I'm
rubbed you.
fine. My car runs. I can get to work. You know, I'm
Well,
doing
that
the best
sucks.
I can here. So I'm not that mad. I just thought it was like a great way to cap off a disappointing
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, can anyone offer free body service to Steven?
That sucks, Steven. Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, that blows.
Oh, and by the way, my birthday's in August. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steven's birthday is in August.
Hang on. Chris wants to offer something. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Not much. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
No, we're happy to have you. What's going on, man?
Hey, Casey boy. You just hit Philadelphia, New Mexico, which is right outside where I grew up in Las Cruces.
Whoa.
Oh, so, all right, you don't live there now, but you, okay. Well.
Yeah, I live up here in PA. I live in Douglasville.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
And like I said, I grew up there, graduated high school.
Yep.
And I got buddies out there. If you want me to go ahead and get that road secured for you, hold on.
Now, you know what? No, because somewhere down the line, if I'm ever passing through, I would love to just drive down that little dirt road and see if it's still there.
And there's every possibility it will be there.
Yep.
And listen, who knows? You know, next year, where the Super Bowl is in,
I think in Vegas.
Vegas. You could make that trip again, Case.
I could.
All right, Chris. Thanks for the offer, bud. We appreciate it. Man.
Visit the roses you planted. Yeah.
And by the way, we never talked about this on the radio yet, but having the opportunity to suck on a chili dog outside the Tasty Freeze might have been. It was a top 3 highlight of me last week.
That was awesome.
We were getting gas across the street, and we saw because Kyle. By the way, Kyle's never heard of anything. By the way,
Yeah.
he's like, what's a Wiener Schnitzel? And I'm like, it's a hot dog, and you know he had. So there's a Wiener Schnitzel, and it was also a Tasty Freeze at the same time. It was across the street from the gas station.
Yeah, it had
I'm
the sign. If you haven't
Yeah.
seen the pictures yet, it says Wiener Schnitzel, which is the chain, and then underneath it just says Tasty Freeze.
Yes.
So you had to have had an epiphany.
So it was during the day when we saw it, and we had to go to the hotel and grab a couple of things. And then when we got back to the Tasty Freeze, the sun had gone down. Dude, there was a load of police activity. I don't know what happened there.
You can see in the video, there's a whole bunch of police light flashing behind you.
There were 3 cop cars. There was a lot of stuff going on there. I have no idea what was happening.
We got some guy down here sucking on a chili dog. We got
got reports of a man with an Eagles hat on. He's furiously sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
Is that outside the Tasty Freeze?
Yeah, outside the Tasty Freeze.
And what's he doing again?
He's sucking on a chili dog.
Some people said I went down a little far on that thing.
Yeah, man. You almost
got to go for it.
You gotta go for it.
Got to go for it. Until you go. Knock, 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 knock. Well, anyway.
That's not how you suck on a chili dog.
Oh, you know what? Real quick, with all this birthday talk, I promised somebody I'd do a birthday shout out.
Oh, nice.
Today. So this would be a good opportunity. If you don't
Ladies
mind.
and gentlemen, Preston has a birthday wish for someone.
It is Nikki Zaborowski's birthday today. Nikki Zaborowski.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Nikki Zaborowski's birthday today.
And that is from Matt, who is a caddy over at Applebrook, and he wanted me to wish her a happy birthday. Did he say, can I get a shirt, please,
Yes,
for Nikki,
absolutely.
since all these birthdays are being thrown out there?
Caddyshack was well represented in the commercials last night.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
You're right. All right. Well, listen, we got all our phone lines lit up and on hold, but we do need to take a break in the interest of time. So, listen, we just wanted to get it out there and hear your thoughts and everything. But, you know, everybody's kind of feeling the same way today. But listen, it was, and I know it's no consolation, but it was one F of a season.
It was.
One incredible ride all the way
really
up.
was.
And the last couple weeks have been so entertaining and exciting and anticipatory, and it's just unfortunate what we were anticipating didn't go the way we wanted.
And that is just one game. one game, and someone has to win and someone has to lose. But if you look at the season overall, the Eagles were the best team, and that's it happens.
You got a lot of great entertainment out of it this year, if nothing else. So, all right, we're going to take a break. We'll break down the halftime and commercials and that stuff in a little bit. But let's take a break. Come back in a second. We'll get to the B file when we return. Stay with us, my friends.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The new and improved MMR.
But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area, and for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service, traditionally.
Yeah. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh, get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill.
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. And there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So here...
That ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa! I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
Comes whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is...
Because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck...
Okay, because that's usually what...
Don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with, are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it and made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually one of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on. I just want to point out, it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock-pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait. You actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do that.
All right.
You can't do that!
But here's the thing. That means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
It changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver, yes, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
that's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
She's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand.
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently they're saying is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty and
the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way. Wow. Well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog?
Bitch.
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give us the traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these because it's similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores, though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But they've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, a little, community center, bitch. Places where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park. Bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond, or like a large koi pond, or something for the ducks, bitch. All green, though, bitch.
All green. Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know, bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch.
And his bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
his
Tom Skivington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texts in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
Yeah. He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why sometimes we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever
kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine, poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. Thank you, Kathy. We did round one on the Super Bowl. We'll come back to that in a moment. But in the meantime, I'll say, look over there, and you'll see the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by your friends at Pro Team Collision. You shouldn't be good at getting into an accident, but if you do, your friends at Pro Team Collision are there to help with all of your auto body repair needs. Visit ProTeamCollision.com. We need the guy who got sideswiped on the Blue Route last night to get in touch with them. All right, so we're going to start with this. A Michigan teacher is facing charges after allegedly planting a bomb threat note in his classroom to get a day off. The note was found on Thursday.
I wanted to play golf.
In the Hazel Park Junior High School classroom of Paul Jacobs. And it said that the school would be blown up the next day.
Could he have just called in sick?
Maybe. But, it's
too obvious.
Yeah. Police initially...
I'm going to blow up the school.
Ed, is that you?
The police initially thought Jacobs saw the note but failed to report it. The building was searched by officers and K-9 units Thursday night. No explosives were discovered. And now they believe Jacobs placed the note himself with the intention of classes being canceled.
Can I tell you something? I placed that note.
Jacobs is charged with making an intentional threat of an act of violence against a school.
That's terrorism.
Mm-hmm. In the wake of the devastating earthquake that rocked Turkey and Syria, a 17-year-old boy who got trapped under the rubble on Monday was rescued after almost 4 days. The teen said that while he was trapped, he drank his own urine and ate his family's flowers to survive.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's been some astonishing stories coming out of that area. Like they discovered a baby that was alive for a couple days. It's amazing.
Adnan Korkut was stuck under the debris for at least 94 hours. He was asleep in his family's home when the quake hit, and he then got into a fetal position, he said. As the search for survivors carried on, Korkut said that he was hearing voices but was worried that they couldn't hear him. But after 4 days, he was finally freed. The earthquake has claimed more than 24,000 lives in Turkey and Syria.
Did you see the footage they got of the arresting the guy who's one of the main construction kind of gurus in that area? So a lot of those buildings that collapsed were built by his company. So they got him at the airport. He was trying to flee because apparently there was substandard work done on these places.
No, I didn't see that. A Tuesday night high school basketball game between Weatherford and Anadarko in Oklahoma ended in a score of 4-2.
I saw this.
A high school game.
Kathy sent me this story. This is interesting.
4-2.
Weatherford won, by the way.
Oh, nice.
It was a contest that featured only 6 total points between the two teams. Weatherford sophomore C.J. Nicholson accounted for all of his team's points, surpassing 1,000 career points in the process. So
That's
this
amazing.
guy scored a lot before. The absurdly low-scoring game was the result of a stall ball strategy taken to its logical extreme. After Weatherford scored the first bucket, Anadarko proceeded to hold on to the ball until halftime, not even attempting to take any shots while continually passing the ball as Weatherford sat back in zone defense.
Wow.
According to the Oklahoman, one Anadarko possession in the third quarter lasted almost 7 minutes before officials called a foul. Now, Weatherford would ultimately go up 4-0 with a basket off of a missed layup, giving Anadarko a chance to steal the victory. A 3-point attempt at the end of the game unsuccessful, allowing Weatherford to hold on to win. Now, the result of the game led to renewed calls, both in Oklahoma and nationally, for a shot clock to be implemented in high school basketball in order to prevent teams from holding on to the ball for an indefinite amount of time without incurring a penalty.
It's like a Globetrotters match.
I did not know this, but currently 40 states across the U.S., including Oklahoma, do not mandate a shot clock be used in high school basketball.
crazy.
Wow.
It's crazy.
So I think they're going to re-examine that. They've tried to before, but maybe that's more ammo for that. In Florida, this is a tragic story and an odd one as well. A motorcycle policeman died after being involved in a crash, and it was pretty messed up what happened. Officers say Officer Charles Herring died. He was riding his motorcycle when he was struck by a palm frond.
Oh, my God.
That had dislodged from a tree.
They can kill people.
Yeah, they're heavier than you think they are.
No, they are. In fact,
they're really big.
You reported a story, it was a while ago, about them going, I guess it was in L.A. or going down the road and removing those things because they get too big and they can be lethal.
Yep, exactly. And they're so high up.
Yes.
I mean, those things are, what, 30 feet high, 40 feet high?
And then some.
Causing the officer, so he got hit and the palm struck him and it dislodged, as it dislodged from a tree, causing the officer to lose control of the motorcycle and subsequently ejected. He was taken to the hospital and suffered from traumatic injuries and later died at the hospital. That's terrible news. All right, let's see. A driver was greeted to his vehicle blockaded by scaffolding after a business owner, Colin Shaw, became so upset with cars parking outside the entrance of his warehouse. So here's what happened. Mr. Shaw is the director of Shaw Scaffolding Services. Said drivers regularly ignore the no parking sign outside the building. So he decided to take matters into his own hands when it happened on Tuesday. He said, it's not the first time that it's happened to my allotment where I store my materials. We have no parking signs, but people won't adhere to them. I went to get some materials from there to do a job, and I couldn't get in properly to get my equipment out due to somebody parking their car there, even though it was all signposted. I need it to be there 24 hours a day, so I teach them a lesson. I build scaffolding around the car so they can't move it.
Well, that'll make the statement.
He said he could have cost me a day's wage and my 2 men. We had work to do, and it slowed us up. People in the street were coming out, watching and laughing. The woman next door couldn't believe what we were doing. She was laughing as well. Mr. Shaw compared the action to wheel clamping and wanted the driver to understand his frustrations. He said the driver initially didn't see the funny side when he returned to his car, but eventually the pair ended up laughing it off after they had a conversation about it.
Well, we're looking at the picture, too. This jerk-off could have pulled up forward and not really blocked a lot of the driveway.
Mr. Shaw said it all ended okay, and we were quite happy afterwards. And that's it. We will end the bizarre file right there, my friend. So we will come back in a moment or two. We'll get into some more stuff about the Super Bowl, obviously. We had a
magical night.
Nice long conversation about it a little while ago, but we got more to get to, so we'll come back in just a second. New Word of the Week prize this week, by the way. Dave Matthews Band, double shot. We have pair of reserved seats for the first show on Friday, July 22nd, and then pit tickets for the next night, Saturday, July 22nd. So we'll make sure you get the letter of the day at the end of the program. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. What's going on in the world?
Well, have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and Coke?
Was this in the early days?
Yeah, it was When
It's
you put anything in Coke.
Yeah. Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever.
We
What
did,
can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum, and we called it crumb. That's not good. All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just...
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine
that's
spritzers
awesome.
in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
So anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley,
I'll spritz that.
Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make
They could do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No. They can do anything.
He also tasted red wine from Canary Islands in Spain and another from Italy, which he described as being wonderfully perfumed, savory, potpourri, floral, and substantial.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No. Not
Zabo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but any wines from California. I don't think I've... Yeah, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
typically, anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes
you
grow
said
in.
you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it. I never said that.
Oh,
I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No. There's some people...
you might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's, where the grapes are grown.
Yeah. I don't... There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, master wine tasters, and I haven't seen it yet, but he said
it's about Somalians.
No, in the scene
pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He's able to sample it. It has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
Some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his thigh.
Well, there's a to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay.
Wow, you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop in New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like it gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Somm the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And it is about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have like 6 great bottles of bourbon at
that
home.
you got?
Yeah, some of them I got, some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No.
Okay.
Ice. You call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah, like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The Poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263 WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsettia, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
Okay. That. And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats?
Yes, that's
what I've heard.
That it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
That's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house. Really, I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, type in the Google search bar "pussy" and see what comes up? It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right, see what we get.
All right,
only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
Yes.
dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I
all
just may-
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Oh,
shopping?
Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your Dan Rather. He said, I got into this into news in the first place to be a part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Shart.com is taken.
Ah, son of a bitch.
I know. They make
That
T-shirts.
actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They
We
reported.
always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
about cats.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
And they're the reaction to poinsettias.
Yeah,
which can be toxic and lethal. Hence, toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No, to call a spirit bourbon...
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But now there are other... now people are labeling bourbon even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually... There's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey. And it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia or at least Pennsylvania. And it's called bourbon. I had it. It's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries, my dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones, Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And they'll
It's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I, and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean,
Yes.
it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music? All right, so outside of obviously the game, which we talked about, and we let people open up and vent and just say whatever was on their mind, and also not only vent and be upset, but also to be happy for what we had.
And there's a lot to be thankful for
over the past few months. But now, more specifically to the televised event.
Right.
And everything. So leading into and getting ready. I mean, they have a gazillion different things they do in the pregame of highlighting and the hype video of the team coming in. They were like walking down a runway with all these people screaming and yelling.
Right. And then, like they were like fashion models.
It gets a bit cheesy for my taste personally, but I guess I get it. I understand, but
they milked that cow to death. But that's part of the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you stop and think about it, this is, and they I don't know what the overnight numbers are, but this is the most viewed event on the planet.
It's huge.
I don't mind all the stuff that goes around it, though. I think it adds to it. I think it adds to the excitement for it. I wonder if all of that wasn't there. Yes, it would still be, people would still watch the Super Bowl, but would it be as much of I don't know. I just think it adds to the excitement and it adds to the whole thing. And it wouldn't be as big as it is without it.
I know what you're saying. But I also, some of the things are just, they push the cheese level.
You ready for us?
A bit much. Where I'm like, okay, you're not really superheroes and stuff, but anyway,
Golden Gridiron Warriors.
I know. But anyhow, on to some of the more specifics once the official. All right, here we go. We're in the zone now.
Truly.
So you had the singing, the pre-game singing moments. You had Cheryl Lee Ralph sing "Lift Every Voice" and sing,
and she did a great job.
She's got a very deep voice. She has a deeper tone.
Thank you for coming today, everybody. It's been an honor to be here.
And then you had Babyface do "America the Beautiful," which was pretty good.
Sleepy.
I think it's okay at this point to stop referring to him as Babyface. Perhaps middle-aged face might be more appropriate.
I mean, listen, he looks great.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, middle-aged face.
Yeah, it was okay. And you're right, Case. It was a little bit sleepy. But Star Spangled Banner.
Excellent.
Chris Stapleton.
Yeah.
That was great.
Nailed it.
One of the best ever.
Nailed
it. Was like 9 minutes long, though.
It was fantastic. I just loved him and the guitar. And you guys know
Making
me.
everybody cry.
Not a country music fan.
Yeah.
But he threw some blues, chords in there. And he is a wonderful singing voice.
I loved when he
obviously.
yelled guitar.
Guitar. No, he did a very reverent, yet added enough of his own creative input
Semen?
into it. I didn't say semen.
I'm sorry.
His own creative input into it, originality, to make it his own.
He
and
did.
It was beautiful. It was well done.
There is a big weight on the person who's singing the anthem. I mean, obviously, Whitney Houston kind of set a bar.
Yeah.
So if you can't do that, do what he did, which was give it a lot of, I thought, an emotional depth, and the performance was excellent.
And Nick Sirianni actually, I mean,
like crying,
full on
Yeah.
crying.
Yeah.
Like both not a tear.
Yeah.
Tears.
Yep.
Coming down. And,
Very emotional.
And as you said, Casey, it was Troy, and I've forgotten his last name, the actor.
From Coda.
Signing Codson?
Kotzer.
Coxer, yes. He's great, so that was really cool seeing him be a part of that. So they nailed it with that part.
And then which they touted, an all-female pilot flyover, which was kind of interesting.
Yeah,
and I love when they show the angle from the cockpit. More of that, please.
So before this, when they were doing the Walter Payton Award for charity, who was it?
Dak Prescott.
Boy, he got booed pretty hard from the Eagles fans.
I couldn't hear it, but I was joking.
It was loud. I'm like, it's a charity thing.
I know. I go, look, Dak
suck.
He made it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Did you see, Casey, there was a ceremony where Rondé Barber was a part of it as well, and he got booed. It was like the people, I think, being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Yeah, and they were out in the end zone, and they just came back at the tail end of it, and you heard Rondé Barber, and then just all the Eagles fans booing him, too.
You suck!
Yeah, Philly fans represent.
Carmichael at the beginning.
Harold,
that was cool.
That was neat.
That was pretty awesome.
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Is that your favorite all-time player, or is it Reggie White?
No, Reggie White, but when I was a child, I wanted to change my name to Harold.
That's right.
Because of Harold Carmichael.
So obviously, and then you get the first half underway, and we talked a bit about the game at that point. And
it was wonderful, and the commercials.
Yeah.
Actually, what happens also is they will buy. They say one of the best savings or the best deals in Super Bowl advertising is to buy just before the game starts.
Okay, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's going to be slightly discounted.
Slightly discounted, and you're still getting the exposure.
So you want to talk about the commercials first and then the halftime?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's jump into it.
All right.
What did you overall? What'd you think?
Okay, so good. None of them were overly cringy to me. There were only a couple where I was like, "What was that about?"
Yeah,
and there weren't any. I didn't see any big hilarious campaign or theme. I mean, there were some funny ones, obviously.
Amusing.
But I didn't see too many theme spots. You remember, like, Budweiser would buy, like, 3 or 4 of them that would kind of link together?
Yeah, none of that.
Didn't see any of that
they had
this
the
year.
Caddyshack series, and they had...
Okay, there were 2 of those,
So a
yeah.
couple of those. I'll tell you which one, actually, and I was surprised that I laughed out loud because I just think it caught me off guard, was the Ben Affleck Duncan spot.
Yes.
When Jennifer Lopez pulled up, she acted it so well. So if you don't know, obviously you probably saw it. 200 million plus people did see it. But he's working the drive-thru at Dunkin'. This is the big campaign they were talking about. We knew that Jennifer Lopez was going to make an appearance. But, he's handling the deal. He's taking the orders and doing all this stuff, mugging for the camera, taking selfies. And she pulls up, and she acted her part so well, like,
what are you doing here?
And it made me laugh.
glaze.
Yeah.
Her acting was was good. It seemed natural.
The one that I laughed out loud, and I didn't see very many commercials. I used to be so into the commercials and watch every single one. And, since they've been out, it just kind of, is less impactful. But I laughed out loud at the Sarah McLachlan commercial.
Yes, I'd seen that.
Which one was that?
I hadn't seen
So
it.
we actually have audio, if you want, of both those.
Okay, which ones?
We have both the Ben Affleck, the Duncan.
All right.
And we also have the Sarah McLachlan for the beer.
All right, here's, it was for Busch Light, I think. All right, so here's Ben Affleck.
Welcome to Dunkin', a new special. Dunkin' run medium or large coffee, get a donut for an incremental $1. Like, how can it be this inexpensive and good?
Cream, no sugar.
I was gonna have to just give you 10 munchkins. You look a little lost. 1 second, I'm trying to find the bagels. Do I look familiar? Oh.
I did like that. Guys like, no.
Okay. Should I be in it, or you want just use the self-portrait?
They're doing a selfie. Customer. And then J-Lo pulls up and she goes, "What are you doing here?"
Curse me if I
Is this what you do when you say you're going to work all day?
I gotta go, guys.
Grab me a glaze.
It was well done.
And then what was the other one?
The Sarah McLachlan.
Yeah.
All right, Sarah McLachlan. Here
Busch
we go.
Light.
Unfortunately, this is why I liked actually seeing a few ahead of time.
Yeah.
Because if I needed to step away from the TV for a little bit,
For Christ's sake,
if I
take
saw
a
a
whiz.
spot coming up, I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, I saw this one already.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. 3 things are required in the great outdoors: food, drink, and shelter.
All right, so, and he says, and shelter, and then there you see a tent
Right.
Yeah.
sitting there, and it opens up, and Sarah McLachlan is there with a dog.
Hello, I'm Sarah McLachlan. For just $1 a day, you can help helpless animals find shelter.
Wrong shelter, Sarah. Also, that's a wolf. Head for the mountains.
She's like, oh no.
And you see her, she like slowly tries to get away from the wolf.
The only one that got a chuckle out of me was the, and it's, I think they always do babies, but the E-Trade at the wedding. The
It was
babies at
funny.
the wedding. Yeah.
It was funny.
It was cute. Especially when the one, like, drunk baby sitting at the table and he's, like, going to drink the milk out of the, there's a straw, but he's pouring it all over his chest. It is hilarious.
So we have a little bit of audio, but it sounds like adults.
Yes,
so
that's why.
The visual is babies.
I think I'm ready for this. Heck yeah. With E-Trade, you're ready for anything. Marriage, kids, college.
Kids moving back in after college.
Finally, we can eat.
You know you make me wanna.
And then we looked around
It
and
was
said,
funny.
wait a minute, this isn't even our stroller.
The one guy in it, I was like, I know that guy from something. He was in Captain America Winter Soldier, right? When he
Yes.
and Black Widow are at the Mac store.
Yeah, he's like, I've been Brad. Yeah. That was the same guy, definitely.
Okay.
I also want to point out something before the game started. At the when they were about to go into playing the game.
Yes.
Bradley Cooper did the narration.
Right.
For that little hype part.
And
which is interesting.
That was about 5 hype parts into it where I thought the game was actually going to start. That was a legitimate beginning.
The start of it, which is interesting because, I thought they would have chosen someone neutral.
Yeah, which is clearly not.
He's an Eagles fan. And also, he was in a T-Mobile commercial with his mom. And I can't help but point this out. If you're super good looking, it gives you license to have greasy bad hair, right? And it's okay.
Was his hair greasy bad?
Yeah, I thought so.
I didn't see it.
Is that a style? Is that what he goes for?
Look at Brad Pitt, Johnny Depp. All those guys can be as slovenly as they want. Not that Brad Pitt's slovenly. He's a dear friend, and I know he'd be the first to admit it.
Like Kathy, it was like he had bedhead kind of, I thought.
Wait, and what? Sorry, what was the commercial? I'm looking at
T-Mobile with his mother. So
But,
the basic gist is they were attempting to shoot a commercial, but they took the outtakes instead.
It was cute. It was definitely cute.
You can, clearly, they have a nice relationship.
Let's see. What else did I made
We
some
have the
notes
audio,
here.
by the way, if you want that Bradley Cooper spot.
It was a long spot. It was a minute long.
I know.
We'll play some of it.
To tell you all the incredible things about T-Mobile, we tried to make a commercial with Bradley Cooper and his mother.
Hi, how can I help you?
Yeah, I don't like the way you look. Does T-Mobile really have a 5G?
America's largest 5G network. Try it again.
Oh my God, you look like a flamingo in this.
Okay.
They were trying to read off of a teleprompter.
Yeah.
America's largest 5G network. How can I help you? Hi, how are you? Can I help you?
You're making me crazy. And what does price lock guarantee mean?
Mom, talk to me. Don't worry about this.
Well, I have one eye there and one eye on you.
T-Mobile has price lock.
Okay, whoa.
So it was them trying to get through the spot.
She reminds me of Beverly Goldberg.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I hate his hair.
Yeah,
Gross.
something
Disgusting.
going on
Well,
there.
when again, it's to Preston's point, people who are that attractive can get away with it.
They can get away with it.
Well,
what-
we're constantly picked apart for our.
But that doesn't even look like a style. He just didn't brush his hair that day.
Look like bedhead.
Yeah.
The Indiana Jones trailer was pretty cool.
So the first trailers I saw were like, oh no, is this going to be worth the damn? This trailer made me think this is going to be worth the damn.
I was getting excited.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I haven't really even thought about it or been that excited about it, but I saw the trailer. I'm like, okay, I can get behind
I
this.
saw an interview with him where he talked about when they went through the initial script, he said, take out the old jokes, let people see me do things that let you know that I'm old and having difficulty rather than just telegraphing it with jokes.
Okay.
Like let show because I'm old, I'm having issues with some of these things.
All right.
And I think that was a wise call.
One that I did not get and did not find all that entertaining was the Maya Rudolph M&M's,
the oyster
chocolate covered clams.
Clams, yeah, it was cute. They spent a lot on it. She's the new spokesperson.
But is all that a ruse? Like that they brought her in as a spokesperson because the candy, where like there was that weird political
with the boots,
and so like I think Eminem was sort of having some fun with it.
They said they were. They said that was part of the
and then after the game was over, they brought the characters back. They brought the
did they?
talking M&Ms
Oh,
back.
I didn't see that.
So I think the whole Maya Rudolph thing was just a joke and to have some fun with it and poke fun at the whole quote unquote controversy surrounding M&Ms, which is ridiculous at the beginning.
I'm thinking of clams.
You know,
that's your
commercial
spokesperson.
was
There we go.
great, yeah.
You know what I thought was a weird, and maybe you guys can explain this to me. It was Blue Moon.
Yeah, Miller Lite and
Right.
versus Coors Light. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Do they own Blue Moon?
No, Miller Lite and Coors are both separate, right?
No, Miller Lite and Coors are the same company.
They are the same company.
Right.
Yes. Then
So-
Blue Moon's got to be under that category.
Because if
They gotta
not,
be under that.
they
spent a lot of money.
They spent a lot of money.
Yeah, Miller Coors.
But what about Blue Moon? Is that under that banner?
Yes, Blue Moon is under Miller Coors.
Because I thought,
Did they mention how bad your farts smell after you drink
That makes
Blue
sense.
Moon?
That's only me.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say they're bad. They're just pungent.
Well, they're bad to everybody but you.
There you go.
Yes.
They're freaking joyous to me. Here's a little bit of that.
For the first time in 30 years, Coors Light has an ad in the big game. Actually, this is a Miller Lite commercial.
So wait a minute. Coors Light has not had an ad in the Super Bowl. And how long did he say at the
guess
beginning?
that's what they're saying.
30 years?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Mountain Code Refreshment.
So these guys are fighting back and forth a la video game.
Great taste. Nice feeling. Cold as the Rockies.
All right, this is a long spot. This goes over a minute, and it's a lot of sound effects, but eventually it turns into a Blue Moon commercial.
Had they have done that, like to me, I thought if they weren't, and Blue Moon had just opted to throw that in there that way, that would have been very cool. But they're all under the same umbrella, so it really doesn't matter.
Yep.
Did they have any really like tugging at the heartstring commercials? Besides the Jesus ones.
Not that I
No,
saw,
you know what? There's usually they usually do somebody buys like a very patriotic campaign or first responders they've done in the past and things like
they
that.
have the archival footage. We will get to the top of the mountain. And
Yeah. You know
We've
what?
been making bras for 30 years.
Yeah, there was one. Who was it with? It was with Serena Williams.
She was doing the speech from last Any Given Sunday.
And then it ends up being a booze commercial of some type, right? And
it
I
was
like,
for Remy Martin.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
Which seemed kind of weird. Also, that you
like,
have someone who's known for playing a sport that you play by yourself. So it could be,
an individual sport.
A speech about teamwork.
And listen, to be honest, I kind of liked that they did stay away from too much.
Too pompous.
Of the touchy-feely thing, because sometimes it's like this big and celebrating whatever, something that's easy for a lot of people to get behind, and then all of a sudden it's some product that has nothing to do with that whatsoever. Yeah. Which is
we don't like cancer. You don't like cancer. Brought to you by Fleet Enema.
right. I never have liked that. At the end of it, it just makes me go, really, man? Come on. Just you're here to sell a product.
It's
sell
a very
product.
cynical approach.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
I did like there weren't a ton of like super long commercials, but I liked the long one with Will Ferrell for the EVs and all the Netflix shows.
Yeah.
I thought that was well done. And when he showed up as Dusty and Stranger Things, I thought that was pretty hilarious.
Let's see. How about do we have the Dave Grohl?
Yes. That was good.
Crown Royal. That was cool. On a personal level.
Yeah.
He mentions Rush.
Yes.
At the very beginning. I was very excited. He pulls out a Rush album. I was like, yeah, my boy.
Yeah, he dropped some Canadian facts in there that I didn't know. I was like,
me too.
The football one, I was like, I had no idea.
Here's that.
Today, let's thank Canada. Let's thank Legends of Music.
Hang on a second. That broke up right there. Hang on a second. Because that's where the Rush.
Thank Canada. Thank you for Legends of Music and heroes of comedy. Thank you for this heartthrob. Thank you, Canada, for peanut butter, the paint roller, and poutine. That's French fries with cheese and gravy. That's good. Thank you for creating the replay, Milwaukee, and the battery. The egg carton, the ironing board, the electric wheelchair, Hawaiian pizza, instant potatoes, canola oil, trash bags, and thank you for this. Thank you for giving us hockey, basketball, and thank you for football.
What? No way.
Yeah, look it up. Thank you, Canada. Thank you.
What's the football reference? They created
invented
the game, the sport of football, or maybe the actual
the ball
itself.
I didn't heed his
I didn't look it up
call
either.
to look it up. So we'll look it up now and see. I had no idea if, in fact, that's the case, that the game of football originated in Canada. I'd be gobsmacked.
I mean, I was blown away when he said basketball because I know James Naismith invented that.
No, basketball was here.
But he says basketball.
He's a liar.
You
Filthy freaking liar.
I don't know
Yes,
if it's in. Yeah, he does, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a filthy liar.
Well, he's Dave Grohl.
Yes.
We'll take him. We'll take his word for
What
it.
about football?
No, New Brunswick, New Jersey. The first game ever played was
That was part of Canada for a brief period.
Well, there's a New Brunswick, Canada, so that's why I got thrown off by it. But it was Princeton and Rutgers. Yeah, I don't know what the Canadian connection to football is.
Did they? Yeah, maybe they.
Nick, see if there's a facts check literally on this commercial.
All right.
We'll get to the bottom of this crap.
Last night, because maybe somebody did dig in and find that.
And James Naismith was Canadian.
There you go.
He was Canadian.
But he did it here.
But he may have
It
invented
immediately
it here.
wipes out what you did.
Interesting.
But he went to McGill, which is
the
in
Harvard
Montreal.
of Canada.
That's a buddy of his.
Well done.
Kathleen's on hold. Kathleen, thank you, because it's the next commercial. She wanted to mention the Workday Rockstar commercial, which we referred to earlier. And it featured Paul Stanley, Ozzy Osbourne, Billy Idol, Joan Jett, and Gary Clark Jr. Yeah. So here is...
We have that?
We should, unless I accidentally left it off.
If not, it's all right.
Yeah.
I thought one of the best ones, and I had seen this ahead of time, was the John Travolta Scrubs.
Really solid.
Yeah, that was
thing.
good. That was good.
Really fun.
5G, right? T-Mobile.
Especially because he does the
Oh, yep.
and makes the face.
And he looks
everything.
so good.
He looks great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I love the shaved head.
Yeah.
Whole deal.
Yep. So we have
And both those guys from Scrubs are excellent.
And this one we can roll because the whole thing is a song. Here we go.
Home internet, what a pain in the... Hey, neighbor! Try T-Mobile. Hey, neighbor! It's up so fast. It's like Wi-Fi that runs on 5G. Home internet from T-Mobile? Wait till you see. Tell me more, tell me more. One cord's all that you need. Tell me more, tell me more. Don't you worry about speed. I can't believe it. It's just $50. Why pay more? Paying more sucks. T-Mobile home internet seems too good to be true. But that's what T-Mobile can do.
That was fun.
It was good.
Very, very well done.
I thought he looked so good in the commercial. I had to look up last night how old he was. He's 69 years old.
Looks amazing.
He looks great.
All that Scientology, man.
That's what I said. I
Clean
go,
your soul out. You don't have to worry. You get audited 2 or 3 times a year, and you're good.
Clear as
Nothing to
ass.
worry about. That puts wrinkles on your face. Speaking of that, Kathy, did you see the Clueless commercial? Yeah. Alicia Silverstone. They had to have been using some sort of filter on her. They recreated the scene where she gets up in front of the class.
Does she look like a kid?
She looks like, she looks good. I've seen her now with her wrinkles and everything, but there was nothing. They had to be using a filter.
Another good one. We're here. We have that audio over now. And then we'll do one more, and then we got to talk about the halftime show. Here we go. Oh, wait. Ooh, stop.
Pretty clueless about shopping. Like, when I heard I could save by getting cash back with Rakuten, I was like, as if. Why didn't I do this sooner? You can get cash back on all the fashion at your fave beauty stores. And on pretty much whatever. Who put that there? In conclusion, you'd have to be butt crazy to shop without Rakuten. Whatever.
Aren't you a little old for high school?
What?
The Breaking Bad popcorners. I'd seen that one ahead of time,
was
too.
nice, yeah.
That was a great spot. That was well done. We have some of that.
Yo, these are the bomb. And they're air popped, not fried. Popcorners. You're an artist. Actually, Jesse, it's just basic ingredients. No, we don't eat our own supply. Mr. White! Jesse. Everyone's gonna want to taste. And I know just the guy to talk to. What are these? We call them popcorners. Say their name. Popcorners. Tight! Yeah. How much of this stuff do you have?
Case, what was that guy's name? The
That's
character?
Tuco Salamanca.
That was the character?
Yeah.
Tuco.
By the way, those things are delicious.
Are they good?
I could eat like a whole bag of those. I love them.
I have not had those.
They're so good. You would like them. They're like right up your alley, Preston.
Okay. All right. That was another great spot. So, yeah, some solid ones.
I'd put it, listen, not as annoying as years past. It was kind of set right in the middle. I was fine with it.
Yeah, and there weren't it didn't seem like there were too many forced campaigns. Forced, like, this is going to be the funny one you're going to talk about, and this is the campaign we're going with for the rest of the year. And, so I appreciated that.
No, I do. And most of the money shot spots come before halftime.
Yes.
And then they might even repeat 1 or 2.
Speaking of halftime, you had the halftime show with Rihanna.
Who I had no idea was pregnant.
I didn't know that either.
Well, we kept saying, no, she just had a baby. It's just, she didn't lose her baby weight. No, it's just.
And also, I was saying, I was like, they couldn't have hidden that information leading into this. They couldn't. How could they keep that quiet?
But then I'm like,
she had a bum.
I mean, and I said now, it looked like, we're watching the video now where she's rubbing the belly, but prior to that, I'm like, if you're trying to hide your baby weight, you're not doing a good job of it. But obviously, she was not. She was showing it off.
The floating platforms, I thought were badass.
Yeah,
it was pretty amazing.
I thought it was pretty awesome.
And when I realized she was pregnant, I'm like, get her off there.
At moments,
Steve, same thing. I was like, that's dangerous.
Get her off there.
At moments, it did remind me of Donkey Kong or Super Mario Brothers or something a little bit.
I got nervous.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to fall. I was terrified. But that dance troupe, holy crap, were they impressive.
They were badass.
Yeah, I forget their name. My girlfriend was telling me a little bit about them last night, and they are a really impressive dance troupe. I thought the costuming was fantastic, and the camera work to go from the dancers back to Rihanna, then through the dancers.
And the fireworks,
really,
Nick, right
really
out
well
of the gate. That when she hits like her first big whatever.
Yeah.
That they had multiple fireworks displays throughout that were actually pretty amazing, even on TV.
Case, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together with the red that would get under your skin because
I thought it immediately.
Yeah, and then there was a certain point where they had like yellow. It was like straight up red and yellow. I was like, oh. Okay, that's what, and so I was thinking, oh, she's going to do red, and then there's going to be some costume change, and then it's going to be green, and then it never turned green, and then I started getting salty.
Well, and
the hell is this?
That was you guys know I like a good show. I was entertained. I thought it was good. I didn't think it was great. I didn't think it was one of my favorites, and that was one of the reasons, Case. I thought there were so many of those dancers, and they were great, but she could have cut them in half and like had a costume change and had half of them come out with something different on, and done something a little different instead of sticking with the all white the entire performance.
Oh, you wanted a costume change?
I wanted like something a little different. Like halfway through, I was like, okay, this is cool, but like we need something else now.
I'll bet you the reason they stuck with a little bit more minimal and her not moving around much is because she's pregnant.
She's pregnant.
And I was wondering why she wasn't doing too many, really going for a dance move. She was her movement was pretty minimal, but she moved with them and did the same choreography. But they were doing all the big moves. But I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was impressive.
I thought it was good. It didn't reinvent it, but it was visually it was pretty. It did what it was supposed to do. I put two and two together as well on that. She has her jumpsuit unzipped so that I think if it was zipped up, people say, "Man, she's put on weight or whatever."
Yeah, it was so
that you could say, I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
This is why it is this way.
Yeah.
I actually hated the outfit until she put on that giant cape, and then I was like, all right, now it looks cool.
There was a moment, though, she reached down, she did a Michael Jackson crotch grab, and then, did she smell her fingers?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Rihanna has just smelled her own cooch. Now she'll grab her ass and smell that, too.
Well, she grabbed her butt cheek and, spread her ass. Like,
she did a couple
like
grabs.
as if she was going to fart, like pulling one butt cheek up.
Dutch oven from Rihanna. Fart cuffing.
Yeah.
Is she maybe?
Dude, I'm sorry to interrupt, Kathy. If she would have stuck the microphone
that would have been great
down to her ass,
He farted in my face.
that would have been. Now that would have been groundbreaking.
Yes.
That would have.
Yes.
Rihanna, listen. You can do something that's never been done at the Super Bowl before.
I need you to fart. Fart hard. No. More. Yeah.
There's an even bigger one she could crank out.
She also, if you notice, she stopped for a nanosecond, and her Fendi cosmetics line and fashion line is what's made her a billionaire or near billionaire.
Yep.
And used her own product line. Yeah.
Yep.
So is she normally like that in performances, like grabbing the crotch and stuff like that, or
she's sexual? She's she's obviously been she's very sexy in her approach in general.
yeah, but I didn't know her
S&M
to
song.
be like that.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, I think she does.
Yeah,
a lot of crotch grabbing, a lot of probing. She rides a Sibian.
Yeah, I think she does gaper videos.
Gaper videos. Yeah.
I think so.
And was she singing?
Well, at the very end, she did say something on the microphone to, so you could tell that it was live. I think it was one of those layered things where they've got the track underneath her and she was singing along to it.
There was a point, Preston, where she dropped the mic as she was moving around, and the vocal stayed fully robust.
And I think that's pretty standard. When you've got an artist that has a lot of dancing in their choreography or within the stage show. If it's a band, guitar, drums, guys on the mic, I think usually that's all live.
Maybe what she did was she threw her voice to her vagina. That's what the whole white thing was.
Down there? I don't really know. But yeah, I thought it was a good halftime show. I mean,
now Rihanna will drink a glass of water while her vagina talks.
Wow.
I guess I was just hoping for maybe another artist to come out, and I just because they've done that so many times, and we like that.
Well, the bait and switch was she said she might have a special guest. The special guest was her baby.
Baby.
Yeah, the baby.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, there it is. It's in the books. And
but at least it ended.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I know.
I have to say, I'm good with this stuff, but I have to say, I feel a little dinged up with this,
I'm pretty dinged up. I couldn't fall asleep last night. It took me till like after midnight. You
know what? I had weird dreams last night. I had a dream that Jason Fayon was recruited and was a member of the team.
Wow.
The
Eagles team?
Of the Eagles. I don't know why.
Was it the Zubaz pants?
It had to have been.
He didn't play in the game, but he was on the sidelines and he was part of the team. And in my dream, they won and Jason got a ring.
Oh, that's
wow. Hey, he deserves a ring.
He deserves a ring.
I mean, after all, he was there.
But I didn't fall asleep until after midnight. I never have to pee in the middle of the night, but I had to pee at 2:30 in the morning, And then my alarm started going off because I forgot to switch my alarms back to East Coast time.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And I still got late to work this morning. Oh, my God.
How many? So between what about schools? Did your
No, the
Jay's going
schools.
late?
Yeah, no, they didn't do. I think it kind of stuck with like the one in Jersey, Philly. They were anticipating that everyone was going to do it, but
Yeah.
I think the majority of the schools did not.
And a lot of businesses opted to open. I mean, here the offices are opening 2 hours later.
Yeah, I mean, traffic does seem a little bit lighter, so maybe people are just working from home or going late or.
So they probably already made the plan.
Yeah.
You know, just in case, or sticking with that.
Is it better to just stay home by yourself and wallow it, or would it be better to go
honestly,
into work?
I woke up this morning and I was like, good thing we are just going to work as normal because, and for people like Casey and the hardcore fans, like I get it. Like I invested. I watched the whole game last night, and like it was disappointing, and I felt the loss, and it was a shame. So I'm like, these people that go through the entire season, dealing with this, like this is depressing.
You imagine spending $30,000 and going to the games, and then having to fly back today.
Man.
Yeah. And there were some people there last night, and I knew that they were going, and today's going to be a long day.
I had not even considered that.
Fortunately, you knew they were going to lose 7 seconds before the end of the game, so it was that. It's like Jesus, you gotta be kidding!
What's that, Chris?
At least we had time to process it, Steve. Yeah.
You now have 8 seconds to mourn.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, I just could not believe it.
Wow.
I could believe it.
But with the 6 seconds left, I was like, this would be amazing if we.
I know. Well, yeah. Listen, there was hope.
Uh-huh.
There was hope that miracles have happened.
Yeah.
It's like when the stripper tells you she loves you.
Yeah. Wow, this is real.
I can't believe it.
All right. Well, anyhow, we're done with that.
Hey, thank you, Eagles, for a great season all the way up until 8 seconds left. Thank you.
Yeah.
It was fun.
They did it. Listen, it was phenomenal play. They the numbers, as you pointed out earlier, show they are the best team. But it's just one game, and a lot can change in one game, and it did, obviously.
Any word on when they get back in town?
They're probably back by now.
Think they got it? They left last night?
Yeah, I think, if they were going to win, they'd probably stay and celebrate for a little bit. But
yeah, but they'd also want to get back here and land and have the reception.
They
and
have to
everything,
do like that. And that's what took me so long to fall asleep last night is I wanted to watch the post-game press conferences. So I watched Jason Kelsey and Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni speak, and
they were classy, all of them.
Yeah, I and Jason and his brother do a podcast that's called New Heights, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they have to say because they really, like Jason is such a class act. He's not going to blame anything on anything other than what they did on the field. And what they
Did you see he was the last Eagle still out on the field? He was watching his brother celebrate.
Yeah, and his mom gave him a hug.
Yeah, he's out there in full uniform, and the Chiefs and their fans are out there celebrating. And Jason Kelsey was out there, and I thought that was cool. It was a nice way to pay tribute to his brother.
Hey, who was standing next to Patrick Mahomes right after the game ended? And I forget who it was that was interviewing them.
Travis?
Was it? I was asking,
Julia
was
White.
it Travis who was yelling and saying you? Okay, that was him. I was like,
they
that
had
was
to-
a little much, dude. Shut
They
up.
had to
Your
bleep
brother's on
him
the other
out.
team.
Well, they had to bleep him quite a bit. Like he was dropping a lot of curse words, and so it was like the weird NFL live bleep where they can't insert the sound to bleep. They just have to drop the audio,
and it stays down for a while. For a lengthy time.
You could read Travis's lips pretty well.
But so the Chiefs won the AFC Championship with a penalty that put them in the field goal range, and then they won the Super Bowl with another penalty that put them.
I think they got a system here.
Mm-hmm.
What are you saying?
I'm just saying I'm sour apples right now. Is it sour apples or sour grapes?
Sour grapes.
Yeah.
Today it's apples.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, there it is. We should take a break. Come back in a second and
never speak of it again.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, are we done? Can we talk about something else
which
now?
must not be spoken of.
Did you know that pitchers and catchers report to spring training today?
Today?
Yes.
That happens.
Phil.
Yeah, go Phils.
They're already planning how at the bottom of the ninth they are going to lose the World Series.
Stop it. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Stay with us, friend.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
For 2 years, it disappeared.
It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. Oh, be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric
But
Gregory.
first, I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the
I don't
Bible.
want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink. Everyone knows that. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it. When Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim
You know what I
Beam? I
don't
think she's
know?
Jim Beam.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
Talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they make where they create it and distill it and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process. And then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor
The taste.
that comes out. So anyhow, so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015. So it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn it. Antonio Banderas appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
that he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home. Of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again.
Like the streets of Barcelona.
Did you have to waft that up to your face?
Is it what you call a Barcelona oven?
So
you can see the streets now. And the little children playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to, I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Most of
that
the
has to
time.
be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
And it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all. And obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts. Yeah. And when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks.
I thought you were going to sing Hey, Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us? When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about like bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about it's funny. People are calling in about like super crazy Like, they were calling about, bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. As nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have
He's
an
a bank
expertise in
robber.
that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank. No, I'm not a bank.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
Seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing
Oh,
him.
darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you
attitude?
like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he
Yeah.
was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to
Weird Science.
Weird Science.
Name is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsory. Holy cow! It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm gonna be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm gonna fly. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high. God. Because my parts all got all froze up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McElwain and Catherine Mono anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? I get this morning boner so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a thumb up here, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
really.
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
That hooker
I don't
forgot
think
her damn
anybody,
eye.
Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you got to help me out here, man. What's the best? I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
Magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's going to knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay.
Woo,
And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but
I wish we could have another groundhog here I could share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shadow.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls. Kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages. Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
I have
forward.
to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
it's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes,
Sadly.
and that's what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not really.
I
think it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary
looks like an Amber Alert in the making.
he sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263. WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not 10.
8.
No, we're doing 10.
We're doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
We're doing 8?
Come on. I'm sorry. 8.
Which one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album.
Hey, we got crooked teeth.
Which is...
On 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, I just would like to point out, we do have the Cardboard Classic to look forward to.
We do. Yes. And it's coming up sooner than you think.
Yeah, March 3rd. Today is the 13th of February, so we're well on the way.
And it's going to be, it's 2.0. It's a rebirth.
And for those of you who went ahead and created a Super Bowl champion sled,
you have time to alter that.
You have time to change that if you want to.
Yeah. Wow, it's 2 weeks from Friday.
Oh, my God.
What?
Oh, my God.
We need it to not be 60 degrees this week.
I know that, Kath. I've been thinking about that. But you know what? They're making snow.
Absolutely.
You went skiing and
They're not making snow. That's the problem.
Snowboarding recently.
They're making it if it gets to that correct temperature with 65 degrees. They're not making snow.
I doubt it's 65 degrees there today. Yeah?
It's not, but it's certainly
Scranton?
not 30.
All right. Well, anyhow.
It's probably a 30 or 40 different temperature.
Maybe it will be the first year we do it on mud.
It's absolutely, listen, F it. We'll do it.
And if it ends up just being a display of the designs, then that's what it is.
No, they'll be able to go down the mountain.
Listen, there's more than enough time for it to get cold.
All right. We're banking on it. Details at WMMR.com, and you can actually text word cardboard to 39333. And that's a party no matter what. Win or lose, that's a party. And there's concerts going on, too, which is cool. And that includes Everclear and Fuel and Lit.
Stuff you want to do.
Yep. Yeah. So get the info. Etc. Hey, before we get into Noticer, which we're going to do in a second, I backtracking to the trip to Arizona. Casey, I couldn't help but notice. It is a noticer thing, I guess, sort of. Yeah, sure, why not?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the pre-notice noticer.
We have the Super Bowl announcer this morning for the noticer. That we saw, as opposed to the last drive across the country with Casey Boy, we saw a lot more Jackie nudity this time around. Jackie Bam Bam, full on naked several times this time around.
He and I shared a room one night. And just like last
there was enough.
Just like last time, he and I shared a room one night last year. And here's the deal. I think he likes getting naked in front of I don't know why he did it.
In front of you?
Yeah.
Well, listen, why not?
Your buddies.
We've seen it before anyway, because sometimes it's hanging out of his leggings have a hole in it and you can see it.
Out his balls popped out.
Yeah.
So it's, nudity to him is no big deal.
No.
Yeah.
But he came and he did a pelvic thrust.
Fully naked.
Fully naked.
Wow.
And I showed you the one video, and I blurted out with, I think, cherries.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you got to listen because you can hear the slapping. But then the second time, he just came walking into the kitchen
and laid on top of you.
He did not lay on top of me, but I was like, okay, I only got to grab this camera real quick. He's like, okay.
He's just walking around naked?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But he was like, "Okay." He's like,
God,
he knew what was going on.
So funny. He's so damn funny.
The best.
But it seemed like there was more this time around. Maybe it was just me. I don't know. But Jackie, great work, buddy. All right, now we can get into more straight up noticer stuff. So can I get official announcer? Or you can.
This guy?
Yeah, or whichever,
this guy.
Whichever guy you want to be.
It's time for the official post-Super Bowl noticer. Now that you're all noticing how unpleasant that was.
That's true. All right, well, I did notice this, that today, the 13th day of February, is Galentine's Day.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
This is a weird time for Valentine's Day. Like, it's my anniversary tomorrow as well. And I'm like, it's falling at a bad time.
I know.
It's at a bad time.
Because it's a Tuesday?
Well, I think
the Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl. I think the Super Bowl ruined it.
And all the stuff that's going on and all these kind of things.
Yeah.
And this kind of thing.
These things.
the Galentine's. And
Kath,
Yeah.
you getting together with some friends for Galentine's Day today?
So we did a Galentine's Day event last week.
Okay.
Normally it is on the 13th, but just because it was the day after the Super Bowl and the day before Valentine's Day, we did it last week.
And I guess you can do it when you want to. So my son considers himself one of the gals.
Okay.
So he went and hung out with his gal friends day before yesterday.
Uh-huh.
They had their Galentine's.
Their Galentine's?
Day. Yes.
And just really what it is, it was first really brought to attention was Parks and Rec.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Leslie Knope is the character. Yeah, I didn't watch Parks and Rec, but I know it's a great show, and eventually someday I will watch it. But I guess that's who got it started on the show. And then they recurred it a few more seasons. They kept bringing it back.
Right. So it became this thing, and now it is a thing.
Yeah.
I think when these things first came around, it was my initial reaction to hate it. That Friendsgiving and stuff like that. But I've come around, even though I don't personally celebrate. Obviously, I don't celebrate Galentine's Day, but Friendsgiving either. But I like it. It's
if people are looking for something to do and they have a good time, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Hallmark gets a hold of it, that's when it's going to be a problem.
But having daughters and my oldest, I encouraged her to have a Friendsgiving this year, and they didn't. Actually, no, it was my youngest because it's her 8th grade year, and everybody will be moving on to high school next year. But yeah, I kind of like that idea. And then Chuck, who obviously we know Chuck, his wife and her girlfriends had like a Galentine's weekend, I like that, you know?
Ours was like, it's a little shopping event. So it's like you get, dressed up. Everyone had like little heart sweaters or heart jewelry
That's
on.
adorable.
And then did like a little shopping event, and it was at a restaurant, and then had dinner and drinks.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's cool. You want to do that and get together. And
Watch snuff films.
I know that the gals over the weekend played some games and drank some wine and,
Topless pillow fight?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, none of us did that.
No?
No one.
Had Jackie come over as your stripper.
In this particular article, it says that, some have complained that Valentine's Day excludes anyone who's not a woman. Efforts to assert its inclusivity are afoot, with some claiming it is, in fact, for celebrating any kind of friendship.
Any kind of galentine.
What about Palentine's Day?
Palentine's.
Yeah.
I heard that
Is that a
exists
thing?
this year as well, yeah.
Oh, cool.
So if you wanted to get out and celebrate Valentine's, Galentines, or Palentines, you could do so.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm looking at the other letters in the alphabet. Ballantynes?
Bowel?
You drink Ballantine's beer?
I was thinking anybody named Balky. Give me Balky Bartakamus.
Isn't Ballantine's, it's a beer, right?
Is it?
Yeah.
Valentine's, of course it is. Yes.
I'm running through the alphabet. I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the keyboard right now. Valentine's Day. Everybody.
Anyone named
People
Sal.
named Sal.
Everybody named Sal.
Talentine's? No, we're done.
Whiskey.
What?
Valentine's.
Oh, Valentine's is a whiskey.
Not beer. I was wrong. There's a beer that
Thought there
sounds like
was
that.
Yeah, I think there might be. I'm going to have to ask for a judge's ruling on this.
It's also how Arnold says Valentine's Day.
Yeah,
Valentine's Day.
Yeah, these kind of things that the girls getting together and getting around and having topless pillow fights.
All right, so
There is a beer, yes.
So officially, all right, there is a beer?
Yeah.
Officially, today is the day to do that, but that
Monday
sounds like people do it whenever.
It's not good with this kind of thing.
good to
Beginning
know.
of the week after a heart-crushing loss.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what else I noticed here. All right, let's stick with, since we kind of somewhat touched on Valentine's Day and love and so on. I saw this article. Survey of 1,000 adults aged 18 to 44 examine how often dating couples keep in touch.
How often dating couples keep in touch.
Yeah, so, during the honeymoon period, the beginning of a relationship.
All is right.
During that honeymoon period, lovebirds spend 41 minutes on the phone per day with each other. This decreases to 19 minutes within 2 years of that time frame, as far as just being on the phone chatting.
Well, like,
I got to say that's changed quite a bit with texting over the past few years.
Yes. Also, if you live with the person,
Well, I
you're
was just
married,
gonna say that. Is it the
you're going to go
same?
home and I'm not. You go home and say it to them in person as opposed to prattling on the phone.
Yeah, but I guess there's a lot of rather just. I guess you could consider being like FaceTiming as well, being on the phone, and that's you know what I mean.
Right.
He's spending some
It is a
time
phone connection
like that.
But what about? Do they break it down with texting?
It doesn't. It says daters who are into one another will reply. Oh, yeah, here we go, Steve. A reply to a text within just under 17 minutes.
Okay.
Over time, the wait increases to 24 minutes.
I mean, I'm pretty.
And you're like, oh, God, I don't care.
I'll talk to Claire for a little bit, but I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm lightning fast on phone calls. I don't like to linger.
How fast is your wife on phone calls, Preston?
You couldn't be
I
more
stopped
off.
calling their house when I needed to talk to Preston.
Shell.
And I love her.
Yeah.
And she does it out of genuine
Absolutely.
wanting to spend time with
catch
you.
up. She
yes,
does.
yes, exactly.
And Midwestern, just so friendly.
So yeah, but I'm real fast on phone calls. Let's get to business. If we're hanging out together, it's a completely different story.
Right.
Yes, I'm happy to sit down and talk, but there's something about the act of being on the telephone
I'm kinda with you.
that I don't like anymore. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, and I can FaceTime for a while. That's easier, I think, than holding the phone up to the ear or in the car on the.
I do it in the
speakerphone.
car. I do it if I'm going to have a long conversation, I'll have it in the car with a I'll check in with my dad or my brothers, and that's my.
Well, you guys have family. Yeah, you guys have like close family members. Like you said, your
Yes.
dad, brothers
Yeah.
that are not in the area. Like
Right.
I don't ever FaceTime.
You're going to see them.
I don't even know. Like it goes useless on my phone.
Oh, okay. No, I use it a lot.
But
Quite a
is
bit.
it? Is it because you're talking to your mom, your dad, your sister,
Yeah.
people that? Okay.
Yeah, usually.
Who's that?
Yeah. But going back to Rochelle, like I've sat there with her and her friend Lori on the phone, and they will have these long, lingering conversations. And I've actually one that I've like had to be a part of as well, so it's on speakerphone.
Yeah.
And then it'll eventually just be those two talking. It'll be like, yeah, I saw that. And then there's this long pause.
Which to me would be like,
To
okay,
me,
I guess it's time to go.
Conversation's over.
Wait,
We
they
are done.
both pause?
Yeah. And it'll be like, yeah.
Oh no, that's
Well,
when
I
I
was thinking
swoop.
about
No,
this,
I
too.
swoop in. I go, all right, well, so I guess I'll.
I gotta
that's
go.
when I swoop in and say I gotta go. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely,
They're
100%.
just thinking about more to talk about.
I'm at the hospital. Will got in a car. I gotta go.
Yeah. All right, I got the info. Thank you. I'll see you guys soon.
yeah.
Preston, my best friend, when she pauses and I swoop in, and she'll go, oh, that's it? She goes, there's got to be more that we need to talk about. Like, this is our daily conversation. I'm like, no, I'm too busy. I got to go.
Come on, man. It just kills me to go on for that long.
So this article also
You know-
says,
okay.
as far as dating and relationships, don't play too coy. 25% respondents said that they would never consider a second date if they didn't receive a reply within 2 days after the first date.
You know, here's a perfect example. I love him to death, but Rockstar Rob, if you're leaving a phone conversation with him, you could literally say, I'm going to stop this conversation
Wait,
in 10 seconds.
You've talked to him on the phone?
Oh, yeah. And I tell him, if this cannot be contained within 1 minute,
I'm leaving. The phone hangs up in 60 seconds.
there are no signs you can send to him that will indicate that you want to leave the conversation.
My own sister, I just flat out hang up on her now.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
and she's still talking?
Well, yeah, because it'll be like this. I will get, okay, great. I got to do this. I'll talk to you later. We'll catch
And then
up
she
later
goes
on.
back
Okay, all right. I love you. I'll talk to you soon. Oh, and so blah, 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 blah. And I saw this thing, and I'm like,
No.
I just said goodbye.
Write it down.
Sir. Good day, sir. You lose.
Wait, and
You
does,
get nothing.
does she,
Wrong, sir.
does she know that?
Wrong, sir. Wrong.
Like, does she know? That he was done. He hung up. Like, do you laugh
does
about
now.
it, or
I've no.
Nothing.
I've-
you lose. Good day, sir.
I've done it enough times to where it doesn't even come up the next time we talk.
Oh, okay.
I'm just like you.
You will now put this on a list of
this-
things to discuss next time, Preston.
Not
Yes.
understand.
You've now violated my time.
Yeah. All right. So,
my God.
anyhow, people who are in a relationship or dating, they spend a lot more time on the phone than people who have moved on a little bit in their lives. All right. Let's go to the ass for a minute here.
The ass.
I noticed this. Yes.
From the mouth to the ass. From talking to the ass.
ATM. Ass to mouth. So people who struggle with chronic constipation have a new drug-free option to help get some relief. It's called Vibrant.
Vibrant?
Yes, it is a pill that literally vibrates in the colon after it is swallowed and stimulates bowel movements.
Okay. Ever since I've been using Vibrant, I've been having an easier time in the mouth.
It was cleared by the FDA in August, but became available for doctors to prescribe this week.
Why does it seem a little weird or problematic?
The
It's
capsule-
literally vibrating your innards?
Yeah, the capsule is meant to be taken every day.
What is it, like a Mexican jumping bean?
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
What are in those, by the way?
Worms.
They're worms?
Yeah.
Okay. And then when they get hot, they
I think
bounce
that's
around?
it, yeah.
It travels through the stomach and small intestines just like food does. After 14 hours of ingesting, the pill reaches the large intestine and gets to work. It takes 14 hours. Wow. It stimulates nerve cells in the gut and triggers muscle contractions.
I don't know if I like that.
Why not?
Well, how does that feel? The muscle contractions and all that stuff. How does it
like you're
gradually
gonna-
come upon you, or,
like you're
or do
gonna
you
poop.
blow the back out of your pants?
It's not indicating any of that.
Okay.
I mean, I would imagine it varies from person to person.
Right,
Probably.
right. Sorry about your couch.
Between 10% and 20% of Americans live with chronic constipation, which is diagnosed as having fewer than 3 bowel movements in a week.
All right, given here's a conversation you're not going to get.
Here
on
we go.
NPR. Given your druthers, chronic diarrhea, or chronic constipation.
Wow. Yeah, I think you're right
I'm
about that.
I'm on the opposite kick right now, and it's been like 4 days.
Are you phase sixing?
No, not phase sixing. Just never like. It's not solid,
right?
And I'm just exhausted.
It's like Yoo-hoo.
And I've been drinking like I got a constant supply of Pepto and just
What about
nothing.
fiber?
Maybe I gotta change a diet up or something in case. I don't know, but like it's just been a bad
I've been
4 or 5
taking
days.
the fiber pills. They're the best.
Yeah, all right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What's what brand, if you don't mind my asking?
It's I think CVS brand or Acme
Okay.
brand or whatever.
I
Yeah,
should
because like if
try.
you do like Metamucil, that's really expensive.
Yeah.
So you can just get like the signature brand. I think that's what I use.
Maybe you can try Vibrant.
Well, no.
This is brand new.
I don't want that.
he
No,
doesn't
you don't want that.
he doesn't
I'm talking
want
to
that.
Casey.
Yeah.
If you have diarrhea, you need to. If you'd like to accelerate it, make it more liquid. How about gas?
You want even more diarrhea?
I just crapped gas.
I do have a colonoscopy next week.
Yay!
So it's my first ever. Yeah, next
Wow.
Friday. Yeah, so maybe I'm just like prepping at this point because like my system's empty.
That'll blow your O-ring out. Yeah,
that's
absolutely. Yeah.
Next Friday after the show.
I didn't think that when I did my colonoscopy, I didn't think the prep is all that bad.
Okay.
Listen, I did the show. Every time I've had a colonoscopy, I did the show that morning, and I had the prep. The prep hits me kind of within the first couple hours right after.
Yeah.
And then I'm good.
Wait, so Steve, did you start it the night before?
Yeah. You
And
started
then-
like 5 the day before.
And you were okay during the show?
Yeah, I was fine.
Okay.
I mean, I went to the bathroom and I conducted.
Yeah.
But I was fine.
I'm the opposite of Steve. It hits me late. In fact,
Does
it
it
was
hit me
almost
late?
too late for my last
Really?
one.
Oh.
Like where they were like, it's a little muddy. a little muddy.
I don't like what I'm seeing in here.
Yeah, but they managed to make
This
it
is a
happen.
license plate from South Carolina.
Wait, what? How'd this get in here?
like Jaws. Find all kinds of things in there. So anyhow, but the pill is called Vibrant. It is not currently covered by health insurance, though. But the company is offering
Can't
a
you eat a
coupon.
firecracker?
Coupon to cap out-of-pocket cost at $69 per month. By the way, those coupons that you can use for prescriptions, pretty badass, man.
You been using them?
There's a couple that aren't covered that I need from like my dermatologist.
Right.
And they're like, well, here, you just you go to this website and there's a coupon, you go and take it, and it's like, $20 versus $400, something ridiculous like that.
What was it? Last time we talked about this, because I did that with my dad too when he had a surgery. And somebody emailed me and asked for the website, and I had forgotten what it was. Do you remember what that?
Smart RX, or I've got it written down somewhere, Kath. I'll have to share it with you, but maybe some people can text in. But they're pretty. There's a few different places that you can do that, and yeah, you just flat out you get it for a hell of a lot.
It's
cheaper.
hornymilfs.com.
Okay.
Look that up.
All right. All right, let me see what else I noticed this morning. Let's go with this. The question is, could poultry vaccine mandates bring egg prices back down? The Department of Agriculture will soon be trailing an updated vaccine for poultry against the bird flu.
Now, the chicken prices have actually been coming down a bit over the past 2 weeks.
Yep.
They are elevated. Eggs are coming down as well. So I wonder how immediately this would work with the vaccinated chickens.
Well, since January of last year, over 58 million birds have died of bird flu since then.
Ronaldo.
Yes. Here's a few of them.
Debbie.
And then fresh
As you can imagine.
off of her
Situation.
Super Bowl performance last night.
And that Rocky
Did you say
impression.
situation?
Yes. And now that I hear it, doesn't sound good. Mickey. Talia Shire.
Talia Shire?
Yeah,
Rocky.
chickens
Oh,
ain't
it's
never-
in the
yeah, yeah,
entire
yeah,
Rocky
yeah.
cast.
Burt Young.
Wow. Carl Weathers?
Absolutely.
Okay. Both
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
Mr. T.
Underlips. Both the
Butkus.
Off Lundgren.
Cuff and Link.
What was the name of the robot?
Oh, that was Pulsar.
Pulsar.
Pulsar. Both the
Ivan Drago.
Pirbright Institute and the University of Wisconsin's School of Veterinary Medicine are working on versions of an updated vaccine But the USDA has not yet announced which one will be tested. If the trials prove effective, the vaccine will then be considered for FDA approval. So things might be getting better, but the bird flu is still out there.
Still out there, man.
So they want to try to put a
lot of
stop to
dead
that,
chickens.
if possible. All right. Yeah, let me mention this one. I did notice this one over the weekend. There's a drink.
Yes.
On college campuses called the Borg.
My wife just told me about this yesterday.
And the Borg stands for Blackout Rage Gallon.
Oh, God.
Oh my God.
But there are some health
It's
benefits
not
here.
What you think. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
weird.
Yeah.
So it's made with half water, half vodka, a caffeinated flavor enhancer, and a dash of powdered electrolytes. And it has been hailed by many students on TikTok as a hangover-proof party staple. With a name like Blackout Rage Gallon.
That doesn't sound good.
It sounds like a hardcore binge drink.
And the Borg were the ultimate hive aliens. They
Yeah.
were,
Resistance is futile.
Yeah.
But Steve, I got some distilled water yesterday for the Neumann thing. And my wife's like, are you doing a Borg thing? I was like, what are you talking about? And she said, yeah, these kids these days are smart because listen, you dump out half of the gallon and then however many drinks you want in there, right? So suppose you want to do 6 drinks.
Right.
Well, you put in 6 shots of vodka. And then you can put whatever sort of flavoring you want in there, but also the electrolytes, these things that like lead to hangovers, the dehydration and stuff like that. You can also dump that stuff in there.
Oh, wait, so it is alcohol.
It is alcohol.
So what they're doing, though, is they're mixing
Got
in
it.
the agents that would help
Listen,
the impact of a hangover be less.
I get it, but this isn't new. We did this. We did all of this. It doesn't work. You're still going to be hungover.
There you go.
if
Thank you,
drink
Kathy.
A ton of alcohol.
Yeah, you know what you do? You just drink more of it.
Yes.
That's all you do.
We tried all this. It just was different. We were drinking pickle juice.
All right. So Aaron Monroe, a creator who is credentialed in substance use prevention in New York, said when it comes to substance use prevention, harm reduction recognizes that people are going to make their own decisions when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. But there are strategies that we can use to reduce some of the risk. When making Borgs, drinkers get complete control over what they're drinking and can pace themselves appropriately, according to Monroe. She describes the Borg as really solid harm reduction.
Yeah.
So essentially, you're mixing your own drink. And so, listen, you can mix any drink and make it as strong
Mix it lighter.
or as weak as
Yeah.
you want to. But it's adding the electrolytes that supposedly is better for a hangover because I guess it balances out, what your body needs.
I enjoy drinking alcohol, but the blackouts are the scariest thing that you can experience.
When you're
Like,
blackout drunk?
When
Yeah.
like there's brownouts, Steve, and there's blurry nights and hazy nights or whatever. But when there's a full-on blackout and there are hours that have disappeared and you have zero recollection of that, it's just terrifying.
You're currently in a brownout stage, right, with your diarrhea?
Yes, yeah, different end.
Oddly enough, the couple of times I remember specifically not remembering portions of the evening came from having a drink called mind erasers.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Where you drink out of the straw.
Yep, yeah, and you suck it down as fast as you possibly can.
Yep. And I remember, and I was like,
that Jaeger?
Oh, no, it wasn't Jaeger. I don't remember what was in it, though. But I do remember we would, you get 2 people drinking out of the same glass, slamming it. I do remember doing those mind erasers.
The only time
It
I
was
ever
fun.
lost a chunk of time was morphine from a food poisoning. And that was, 2 days basically I lost.
By the way, they are having fun. The people that create these Borgs, they come up with, so you make your jug and then you write a name on it or you give it a name. And so some of the names that have been bandied about are Borg and Savior, Brown versus the Borg of Education, Sponge Borg, Borgingham Palace, Soldier Borg.
Sponge Borg.
So it's kind of fun.
They're having fun, getting all hammered with electrolytes.
So Monroe noted that harm reduction advocates aren't promoting drinking by approving of Borgs. She said, my goal is always to help empower people to use harm reduction tools that work for them to reduce the risk. She and other experts have used TikTok to point out that drinking from Borgs appears to be less dangerous than other forms of college binge drinking.
Did you have your own version of hangover mitigation when you were indulging?
Not really.
With any degree of success?
I mean, no success.
No
success.
No,
It was a crapshoot.
Yeah.
Sometimes get bombed out of your gourd the night before and wake up and feel fresh for whatever weird reason. And other times it was a nightmare. I mean, just the next day and a half, 2 days, just
the water
garbage.
does help. The one drink
on water.
That does help me. I mean, it's not gonna cure a hangover, but it helps.
By the way, in a recent video, Monroe compared Borg's to drinking when she was in college, when she said her peers drank gin buckets and jungle juice out of trash cans in the basement of frat houses.
We did that.
Jungle
Purple
juice?
Passion.
Oh,
was another one.
Jungle juice. It was out of a trash can, and they'd go, "Don't worry, it's a new trash can. We just bought it."
Yeah.
Oh, good,
We would do
perfect.
skip
I'll
and
dip
goes.
my hand in there. Yeah, Casey, we did that too.
What?
Skip and goes. It was like beer, vodka, and lemonade.
I thought we called it skip and go naked.
Yeah,
Was that
it's the same thing.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Beer, vodka, and
lemonade.
Okay.
Yeah, you
And
just
we
take
used to buy
lemonade.
the styrofoam. We used to buy the little styrofoam coolers,
Yep.
and we'd make it in that. And I remember one time I tried to move it, and the entire thing ended up on our kitchen floor.
Oh no!
Oh man!
Fortunately, we told the landlord we didn't know what happened and why it was all sticky.
I have no idea.
Just don't know what happened. It was crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, the Borg stands for Blackout Rage Gallon.
Sounds delicious.
Wait, could I notice something? Or we?
Yeah.
Are we ending?
Yeah. This is
Kathy wants to notice something.
guest noticer.
It should be quick, but
Ladies and gentlemen, guest noticer Kathy.
do you guys know about the creepiness rule? And it's the age gap between people that are dating and what's acceptable.
Is this like because of Leo DiCaprio?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if
It
this
was
is where-
mentioned with that.
Okay, do you know what it is?
No.
Okay, it's half your age plus 7.
Oh, yes. I do know that.
Oh, okay. I was not aware that this was like a thing, and so I did it myself, and I'm like, okay, well, I called Mahomes and Jalen Hurts kids, like that. I viewed their age as kids, and that's what it would be. It would be like 27.
So I'm allowed to date a 30-and-a-half-year-old?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I could date somebody 33, I guess.
And that society has to basically accept that and view that as okay.
But anything below that, you're diving into the creepy zone.
Too young.
Okay.
Yeah, too young.
All right.
That's not holding up in Hollywood.
Well,
no.
yeah.
No, definitely not.
It's
I would have to. Okay, I'll accept that math, but I would have to meet a couple of people that are in that age range and see them in person and go, yeah, that's not right. That's creepy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's okay. That's not okay.
Yeah.
Just look at TMZ. You'll see a couple of hundred of them.
Yeah.
Where they're dating wildly out of their age range.
So half your age plus 7.
Half your age plus 7.
So
the
is there a
equation.
rule where it's just 7?
No, stop.
Right? Where you pick them up at daycare?
Probably not.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not her daddy.
That's rape.
That's my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's a statutory rape.
That's disgusting.
Is that? Thanks for bringing that up.
Very, very illegal.
It's terrible.
I'm going to have to stop this then.
And what's it called again? The
creepiness rule.
Creepiness rule. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well, thank you, guest noticer, Kathy Romano.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Guest noticer, Kathy Romano.
All right, with that, we got to wrap it up because we need to take a break and come back to get to some more bizarre file stories. So let's do that. We have a cool word of the week prize. We haven't heard about it yet. When we get back, I'll tell you about it. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Into a live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
He looks good. Yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, how it goes right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO on February 19th. It's the world of stand-up comedians, and we'll get into the more details of that. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio two gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Yeah, okay.
Start crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know? And the great Artie Lang is here.
I haven't seen you in so long. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Judd is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky.
Rocco.
That is
Boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Judd, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Judd is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, yeah, but that can be said of any lifestyle.
All right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George Basil.
Are you kidding?
That's his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
And you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to, you're starting out in comedy. My question is, you're a practitioner, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Judd, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories, you know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up, there's more stakes, you're more worried for him. And Judd and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
No, it's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I've known Sarah Silverman for like 30 years. I can't get her on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's a Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost impossible.
But he's like, hey, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and
I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, "I'm hammered." And he lives with me, so he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better, or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
That was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do?
A little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I love Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. There's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
Doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering. I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right.
Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really on the professional. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut.
I think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have
first
to
time
be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different?" What's the reason we suck now?
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, "Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about." And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't, it kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast a real guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn. Man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. It's unbelievable. Yeah. It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Right. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all, the idea of perhaps dramatic acting? Because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, "I know you can do this. Don't worry about it." This guy cast me in a a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah.
In like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, "No, I know Artie can do this." It was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, "Listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part." And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, "So I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television, and it's my team." So
you're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. That's what I think of Will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I
Thank
did do it.
goodness.
It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, "Ugh," and then I thought I really scared her, so I went, "Whoa, I'm sorry," and the director said, "No, she's acting," and I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it, and I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the thing.
You could call Luca Brasi little buddy. That's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
and at some point we said, "Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it." He's like, "Oh, good, because I don't know how to act." He goes, "You know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller."
Wow. I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, "Do Burt Reynolds," and he would go, "I need the mustache." I never saw a comic just say no to something.
He's a method actor.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So, Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys. Crashing.
WMMR.
All right, we got some bizarre file stories. Let's go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by the Philadelphia Fishing Show. Coming to the Expo Center at Oaks, February 17th through the 19th. You can get the best deals on all your fishing needs and more. Visit phillyfishingshow.com. So, obviously, the Super Bowl was big conversation. There was something else going on in Phoenix. A man in a Speedo and tennis shoes will go down in history as the mullet streaker.
Man, he's a champ.
After the spry sprinter bolted onto the golf course at one point at one of professional golf's most popular tournaments before he belly flopped into a pond and then arrested. Sean Patrick McConnell, 27 years old, earned his social media gold at the Waste Management Phoenix Open when he jumped from the bleachers. He ran onto the course with his arms outstretched and pole danced a flagstick at the 16th hole, sprinted to a water hazard, and then jumped in. He won the moment in the water hazard between the 17th and 18th holes and secured a trip to jail. He was booked on charges of trespassing, disorderly conduct, and failure to obey orders from a law enforcement officer. McConnell ignored commands by officers to immediately exit the water. He eventually complied and swam to the 18th hole, where he was placed under arrest. He was booked on criminal charges of trespassing, disorderly conduct, and failure to obey a lawful order from a law enforcement officer.
And he's got a top-level mullet.
One hell of a mullet.
Yeah.
Like the guy spent some time getting ready for this moment. Police are investigating after the home of a Laguna Beach city official was vandalized with feces on Thursday.
Doo-doo feces?
Yeah, it was spread all over the walls. The home of Sharia Dupas. The Laguna Beach city manager was targeted by officials.
There was doo-doo feces thrown all over the walls.
Sounds like Michael Jackson.
Wasn't targeted by officials. It was officials said it was
Well,
targeted.
you're kind of between a rock and a hard place. If it's the officials themselves crapping all over your house.
After arriving,
Who do
at
I
the
call?
After arriving at the home, officers discovered feces, doo-doo feces, and sewage.
Ma'am, I couldn't help but notice you have doo-doo feces.
Slathered all across the home's exterior.
Slathered.
Fecal matter was found smeared across the house, on planters, stairs, the mailbox, and the general walkway adjacent to the home. I mean, there was a lot
Smearing and slathering.
of doo-doo feces.
Doo-doo feces.
Police believe the attack happened.
Yep, that's feces.
Oh, my God.
Grody!
Yep. I know it anywhere.
So you have a little corn on the edge of your
Yes.
mouth. You get
Sorry
place
about
there. Yeah. Fecal matter. Police believe the
Doo-doo
attack.
feces.
Doo-doo feces. The police believe the doo-doo feces attack happened either overnight or Wednesday evening
Don't go in there. There's doo-doo.
or early Thursday morning.
I've been working this beat for 20 years. I've never seen doo-doo like that.
Officers say the home is partially city property.
That would be great, a Michael Jackson detective series.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Yeah. That just, or it's like out of the Untouchables.
Yeah.
They're like you bringing pee-pee to a poo-poo to a doo-doo fight.
You don't understand. That's
the Jackson way.
That's the pedophile way.
Officials said that the home
This is my llama.
is partially city property, as the city owns half of the home, with Dupas owning the other half as stipulated in her employment
Cuff Dupas,
contract.
Bubbles. It's Dupas. My old nemesis. Dupas.
I like how Bubbles is your your
my
deputy.
backup. Yeah.
Anyone with information about the case is asked to call police. So they're trying to find who's the culprit behind the doo-doo feces. McDonald's said, and this is pretty classic, that an advertisement, this is in England, an advertisement for its McCrispy burger on a bus shelter right next to a crematorium will be removed.
I don't know. I get a little peckish when I pass a crematorium.
It literally says right next to it, it says McCrispy, and then it says crematorium.
I love that.
The fast food chain's ad has drawn attention from locals because it was across the road from the facility and right next to a sign for it. A McDonald's representative said, "We were unaware of the road sign in the vicinity of this bus stop. However, in light of the concerns raised by Cornwall Live, we have asked for our advertisement to be removed."
Across the street was a whorehouse with a sign that said, "Have it your way," from a Burger King, Preston.
It's not clear how long the ad has been on display or when it would be removed.
We're looking at it right here. Yeah, I guess that
right next to the
it's
crematorium
probably
sign.
best that they move it.
Yeah. In Massachusetts, an Attleboro man is facing animal cruelty charges for allegedly attacking and killing a wild turkey.
No.
Police said that they were called for a report of a man hitting a turkey with a stick. The 30-year-old man, who has not been identified, told police he used a branch to ward off 3 turkeys and
The hell did I do?
and struck one of them, killing it. The man claimed it was not intentional. However, police said
You don't beat a turkey to death by accident.
a witness reported that the turkeys were not being aggressive toward the man at the time, and he just, went over
Sitting
there.
here and harmonizing. Take it back. Do 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 do. Take it back.
Yeah.
But I've been told she put me down.
You must have been listening to Gargano
Absolutely.
doing his.
He and I are the only 2 people that know. Well, I'm a turkey, and he knows it.
Yeah.
The one song from Rocky.
From the
Yeah.
carpool karaoke event we did.
It was last week when we thought the Eagles were going to win.
Remember that?
You know, there needs to be a team called the Turkeys.
Yes.
Wow.
That'd be interesting.
Wild turkeys.
We were almost the turkeys because the turkey was the official bird,
Of
the
the
national
Eagle.
bird.
Well, that's
That's
what
right.
Ben Franklin was.
yeah.
All right, moving on. Power outages have been a problem in Texas after last week's severe ice storm. And on Thursday, the Thursday before this past, Austin City Council held its first meeting since that emergency. One person in particular drew attention during the public comment session for some of what he said, but some of what he wore as well. It was a man wearing a clown suit and had his face done up too. Speaking to the mayor and council about accountability for what happened, he called for the city to hire him to run the public power company.
I like that.
Then he called fighting climate change the number one priority, in particular eliminating greenhouse gas emissions. To reach a goal of net zero by the year 2030, he told the elected officials, you shouldn't even be using power at all. And then he poked fun at gas stoves and called for himself to receive a salary between $350,000 to $500,000 a year so that he could support his lifestyle, fund his cocaine habit, and he said, care for my wife who has stage 5 testicular cancer. He said
he's got a whole bunch of tough things going on.
A few more things, and then he ended his 2 minutes of fame by honking a horn as well. So
I would like to see that performance.
I would like to as well. All right, and there you go. That's what we're going to wrap with. That is the last item in the bizarre file. Let us take a break. When we return, we'll test your knowledge of our program. Of course, with the lesson question, we have trash, music news, and a concert announcement when we get back. So stay with us.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared 2 of the 3 men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at 3 guys and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was hit.
Stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide the numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the shooting.
We go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know.
I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
5th one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, hero.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that, when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and it actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater.
Huh.
And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projectors?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Yeah. Do it again.
You said Randy
Is this, Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. Survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow. You're in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, well, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but...
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Newman.
That was fun. All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
U, as in utility.
All right, and we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. on March 18th. Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands for Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know
That's horrible.
What it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You know, you can where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what does
not
the
feel like lipstick.
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
Metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like.
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week.
Okay.
Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums.
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263 WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah.
He said it, milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
I'm gonna do that again.
And we'll only get one more. We only get one more day of that, folks. And you know, we had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're gonna try it out today. We're gonna give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey. Hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with.
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
painful
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of.
Well, what do you?
No, that's okay. I feel like
okay?
you need
all
it.
right.
I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway,
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
I might
not
lick
on
your
your
face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh, what are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal surge.
Hold on, here on a sunny day with temperatures reaching up around 58 degrees or so. Let me see here. We have a new, I forgot to tell you about it. The last break, I teased one before that and said I would tell you about the Word of the Week prize, and I totally forgot to. So let me remind you of that now.
Yes.
Because we'll be getting the letter in just a few minutes. We have this very cool setup. It's a Dave Matthews Band double shot. We have a pair of reserve seats for Friday, July 21st, and a pair of pit tickets for Saturday, July 22nd. Both the Dave Matthews Band shows are at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. They go on sale this Friday, by the way, so listen up for your chance to get on board. I have some other things to give away, and we're going to do that now with a lesson question. 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Fishing Show at the Expo Center in Oaks this weekend. So if you're into fishing, you know the answer to this question, you should call in because you might win. And here's the question. Doctors found a license plate in my butt. What state was it from? 215-263-WMMR. You had to have heard it just a little while ago. Doctors found a license plate in my ass. What state was it from? 215-263-WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
While you're calling in, we'll get the trash. Here we go. What's up, Steve?
Well, Megan Fox eliminated pictures of Machine Gun Kelly from her Instagram account late Saturday night, causing a rumor of a split. Police are asking the public to help them in their search for someone, quote, so desperate that they spent their Saturday night monitoring Megan Fox's Instagram. Austin Butler says all the attention to his natural speaking voice, now sounding like Elvis Presley's after playing the King, has him very self-conscious. Butler says he's trying to correct it and has even accepted the lead role in a remake of Pee-wee's Big Adventure. And finally, 76-year-old Cher and her boyfriend, A.E. Edwards, arrived hand-in-hand at Drake's Super Bowl pre-party on Friday night. Cher says the rule is that the super young Edwards has to hold her hand whenever they cross the street.
All right, we are looking for the answer to this question. Doctors found a license plate in my butt. What state was it from? And we go to the phones, and it is Paul who we're going to go to. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good welcome.
Good welcome.
Good welcome.
Have a nice flight, Paul. Do me a favor and tell me what state that license plate was from, please.
South Carolina.
South Carolina is correct. Yep, hang on, Paul. Got yourself a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Fishing Show, which is going to be at the Expo Center in Oaks this weekend, February 17th through the 19th. You can get the best deals on all of your fishing needs, boats, RVs, and more. So check out the 5,000-gallon aquarium full of local freshwater game fish and stop by the trout fishing pond on site. Tickets and info at phillyfishingshow.com. All right, I'll tell you why I'm laughing.
All right.
So my sister at one point was dating this dude who was just an idiot, and my sister's friends didn't like him, and at one point they were all sitting around, and he said he was going to go fishing, and my sister's friend goes, what kind of fish are you going for? And he just goes, trout. And so from there on out,
That's what it
behind
was.
his back,
Yeah.
his nickname was Trout. So every now and then, if I see or hear the word trout, I can't help but think of that. So I apologize.
understandable.
And
Yeah.
that's why I giggled. And now it's time for music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, music news stories, and then a concert announcement at the end. So we're going to start with this story that I teased earlier. Dave Grohl played a rare private gig on Friday the 10th at Phoenix, Arizona's Crescent Ballroom for Crown Royal Whiskey. Grohl, who was featured in a Super Bowl ad for the famed Canadian whiskey, performed a 4-song set at the invitation-only event, which was meant to celebrate the hospitality and military communities while working with two of the brand's longstanding charity partners, which is Creativets and Packages from Home. Dave's mini set consisted of an acoustic run-through of Times Like These, My Hero, Best of You, and Everlong. And some of Grohl's comments were as follows. He said, if you're wondering why I'm here, I've had a long and fruitful relationship with Crown Royal. This goes back a long, long time. I'm talking like late 90s, maybe mid-90s, when we went and we hung out with this band called Pantera a long time. And if you've ever had a night with Pantera, you won't remember it, but Pantera loved the Crown Royal, and they got us hooked on that Crown Royal. He went on to recall, I got to the point where we started getting the Crown Royal backstage. Then it got to the point where we started bringing that effing Crown Royal on stage with us. Then it got to the point where our audience knew that we loved Crown Royal so much that our fans actually made a cape out of the purple bags and sent it to us. And he shows it in the commercial.
Yes, he does.
If you saw that.
Yeah.
And he said, so when when that record, our fourth record, has the song All My Life and a bunch of stuff on it, and I was wearing that effing cape while we were mixing that record. He said, prized possession.
That's wild.
So that's the story behind the Crown Royal cape.
So he's walking the walk.
That Dave has. I told you, I saw one time he played a show for us at the Wells Fargo Center, and he was backstage before they were going on. He's walking down the hallway, and I happened to be there, and he's carrying that bag, or the bottle of Crown. Yeah. Fresh bottle, open it up before they go up on stage, taking sips out of it, holding it up to people and stuff. It was pretty cool. So, yeah, he definitely walks the walk as far as that is concerned. Rob Zombie, Sepultura, and Arch Enemy are Arch Enemy members are featured in a new documentary called Punk Rock Vegan Movie. It was written and directed by Moby, the DJ and artist. The documentary had its world premiere and was the opening night film for the 2023 Slam Dance Film Festival last month. Moby opened up about the documentary saying, Punk Rock Vegan Movie was created to shine a light on the surprising and inspiring history of punk rock and animal rights, but also to remind people the importance and desperate urgency of adopting the uncompromising ethics and actions of the original punk rock activists.
The score, who knew? Yeah, the score for the movie is really weird. I don't know. Did you guys hear the score at all?
No. You have some?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Of course.
Being caught in the pouring rain.
Wow.
Yeah.
Zub.
Yeah. Being caught in the.
It's like an early work.
Yeah. Zubazane.
I remember that morning.
Yeah.
We were on the air, and Casey was just going on about what a hack Moby was, or what a joke was. And then Casey goes, you can't, that's not music. And then you just rattled that off, and then somebody ended up mixing it. Was it you that did that?
No. One of our listeners. And caught in the pouring rain.
Southside?
He continued saying after it makes its world premiere at Slam Dance, it's yours. It's my goal to give the movie away, as I can't in good conscience try to profit from what is essentially a labor of love and activism.
I'll be so pure. He just completed a documentary that is getting great accolades about trout fishing, Preston.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I know it. Yeah, it's called
Trout.
Trout. The documentary is now available to stream on all platforms via punkrockveganmovie.com.
The video is up.
Oh, there was a music video of Casey doing Zubba Zubba Zane. And, God, you look like a kid even back then, dude.
Child.
That wasn't that long ago.
Just a child.
You're just a child. Look at that child.
What year is it, do you think? 2013, 2012?
No, 29.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I'm thinking. Maybe the Phillies shirt was given away that year. All right, anyway.
Zubazane.
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 To you.
Zubazane Mondays.
As expected, U2 is headed to Las Vegas. The band officially announced the Sin City run via a Super Bowl ad, in which...
Gonna go see the Jeff Dunham show.
They stated, U2... UV Achtung Baby Live at the Sphere is going to take place with shows this fall at the new globe-shaped arena.
Okay, so I mentioned this arena to you guys not that long ago. This thing looks really cool from the outside. I mean, I hope it's just the new wave of live entertainment venues. You know what I mean? Yeah, because it looks really cool on the outside.
What does it look like?
Like it's just
looks like a globe.
A globe, but
Just
it's
a globe.
Yeah, but it's all like LED lit up. LED.
I would imagine maybe some of that goes on inside too, and with those with that type of circular ceiling, maybe it'll lend itself to more visual things that they could do. I have no idea.
More esoteric.
The MSG Sphere shows will mark the band's first without drummer Larry Mullen, though, who is recovering from back surgery. It'll feature stand-in Bram Vandenberg for the 2023 concerts. No official dates have been announced for U2's Vegas stand yet. According to the announcement, it says the Sphere show has been in the works for a long time. We didn't want to let people down, least of all our audience. The truth is, we miss them as much as they appear to miss us. Our audience was always the fifth member of the band. Bottom line, U2 hasn't played live since December 2019, and we need to get back on stage and see the faces of our fans again. And what a unique stage they're building for us out there in the desert. We're the right band, Achtung Baby, the right album, and the Sphere is the right venue to take the live experience of music to the next level.
So what we're seeing in this picture here is a cutaway, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess so.
Because it'd be half a sphere.
Yep.
Be a hemisphere.
So that's what U2's been trying to do all along with our satellite stages and video installations, most memorably on the Zoo TV tour, which ended in Tokyo 30 years ago this fall. The Sphere is more than just a venue. It's a gallery, and U2's music is going to be all over the walls.
Well, that looks pretty
just like
cool.
doo-doo feces.
It's like doo-doo feces.
Yeah.
Great men once said there are doo-doo and feces smeared all over the walls.
Oh.
And that was sort of meant to include the violence of mankind against other men and doo-doo and feces. By the way, Nick is having an issue with his own feces.
Thanks for the shout out.
Yeah,
Bono.
wow.
Thank you.
He probably said that to me in confidence.
Bono, The Edge, and Adam Clayton touched on performing with a new drummer for the first time in their career, explaining it's going to take all that we've got to approach the Sphere without our bandmate in the drum seat. But Larry has joined us in welcoming Bram Vandenberg, who is a force in his own right.
He's not a good drummer, but he's a force.
He's just a force.
Oh, now we're seeing the outside of it. Very interesting. All right. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's literally
a sphere.
A sphere.
Sphere.
Machine Gun Kelly revealed on Instagram that he was electrocuted while performing Friday.
It's pretty wild.
During a Waste Management Phoenix Open performance at Coors Light Bird's Nest in Scottsdale.
His hair stands on end.
It's what he wrote. He wrote, yo, got electrocuted, and my hair stood up.
Like a Van de Graaff generator. It's clear in two pictures. One before the electrocution and one after. It's all sticking out.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, and then one last thing. We have a concert announcement. All right, here we go. This show is going to be taking place Friday, August 25th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and tickets for the show will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.com, and we are happy to mention that they're coming back to town. Ghosts will once again be in our area performing live. So again, the date, Friday, August 25th. Always nice when a big show is going to be on a Friday night.
Yeah.
At Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale this Friday, 10 a.m. Ticketmaster. And you can listen to Brent Porsche each afternoon this week because he is going to have tickets before you can buy them.
Are you going to come see me?
And then on Wednesday, we're going to give away tickets via the secret text word here on the Preston and Steve Show.
I mean, it's supposedly a spectacle.
Yep. So jot down the date again, Friday, August 25th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. But Brent Porsche, he's the man that's going to have those tickets for you this week. And then we'll have a pair on Wednesday for Secret Text Word. All right, with that, we are going to take another break. Come back in a second. We'll wrap up the program, get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize when we get back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Mom, Dad,
All right,
you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone,
guys like
Kathy.
that?
You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
This
what
is
I'm
like
gonna
a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got it a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage, too, while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
Shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be...
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a...
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
This
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
No, Preston, you got a little. on your-
It looks like someone
teeth.
crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh
right.
my
Video, he
God,
does,
Chuck
like-
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that. Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh, my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing
size
voice.
of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his
That's what they
beard?
did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
You're dying
Oh,
alive.
my God. She poured like an
It's going down-
9 ounces.
down
It's
my
going
neck.
down
Now we're
his
gonna mix
neck.
it up and rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This.
Because he had a giant
mix it up.
glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks
Ew,
disgusting.
the condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it?
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dump suit.
No, you know who I look like? Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes!
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this. Or
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know.
Where-
It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston
sorry.
did it. It wasn't. It's
you're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye. In case you were just tuning in.
this looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what. You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so
So you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, Case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
So the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of... I beg your pardon? He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
What?
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck, son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know, and I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family.
No.
Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
It's got to be
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't?
Oh,
no.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody...
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened. Red Hot Chili Peppers, the last part of our musical journey this morning on the Preston and Steve Show. A difficult Monday for everyone. Die Hard, Bleed Green, Birds fans. Sorry about all of it, gang, but, we move forward from here on out. And as we said earlier today, a lot of entertainment over the past several months. So,
we did have fun, man.
Yep, and the last 2 weeks have been a blast.
Yes.
But unfortunately, some things end this way. That's the way it is. Yep. But nonetheless, thank you for joining us today. We do appreciate that. We had a concert announcement. We mentioned that earlier. Ghost is going to be coming to town, and tickets go on sale this Friday. The show isn't until August 25th, which is a Friday. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And listen up this week to Brent Porsche because he's going to have tickets to give away. But tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. And then we'll have some coming up on Wednesday for Secret Text Word. Pierre Robert has sauntered into the studio. How do?
Good day. Good day.
Nice to see you, sir.
Nice to see you. I did what Casey told me to do.
Right.
Went to a little party, then I left, and I went to a little tavern downtown, right off of Broad Street, and I did what I could.
Yeah, somebody out there wasn't doing their job.
Superstitious-wise.
Not you. Everybody in this room did what they were supposed to do.
You did a great job.
How, did you stay in the city until the game was over?
Uh-huh.
And what was the vibe like when you left?
Well, Ryan was downtown, and he texted me, he said, come over to Broad Street. I go, I don't know that this would be the time to go to Broad Street at the end.
Yeah.
But he said it was actually, there are people gathered there, and it was very festive.
I was watching it on the news. It seemed like subdued, but people weren't acting like idiots. You know, they just were sort of, I think there were a lot of people in the city just to watch the game, and then they filtered out into the streets when the game was over, and I think people just didn't quite know what to do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think people were kind of a sense of shock or something.
That's a good description. Yeah, there was general shock.
And then, but the bar, then Ryan said, I'll come to your bar. So, because it was pretty cold out. But I was prepared to go out with my tape recorder and get sounds of revelry. Yeah. And
not so much.
It was just Simon and Garfunkel's Sound of Silence. So, people filtered on about their own way, and I stayed till closing, and the rest I don't remember. So
you closed the bar out?
Yeah. I got home at 3 or something. I don't know. But it all worked out.
There you go.
The word.
Well, I mean, it didn't really work out, for the overall thing.
But you were a trooper. You hung till close and did what you needed to do.
I drank for the team.
Exactly.
Amen.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, shall we do the letter of the day?
Liver.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter liver. No, what is it brought to you today by?
C as in carry on.
All right, carry on. I like that.
My wayward son.
I like the message. All right, we're going to give away a Dave Matthews Band double shot, which is a pair of reserve seats for Friday, July 21st, and a pair of pit tickets for Saturday, July 22nd. Both Dave Matthews Band shows are at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. So a few different shows going on sale this Friday.
He's very excited.
Dave is very excited for the show. What's up on your show today?
Well, I also have a pair of Dave tickets for the Saturday show and home and garden tickets. So that'll be cool.
I love that show. I really do. I love the Home and Garden show. Yeah.
There it is. I'll have them. And Peter Gabriel for his birthday today, Workforce Blocks and Black Crows and Queen.
Love it. All right. Let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Wilmington University. Wilmington University's student-focused support works to keep you on track and on budget. Get to know the university that works for you. Visit wilm.edu today. Tomorrow on our program, comedian Nate Bargatze.
Oh, we love Nate.
Yep, will be joining us, and I'm sure we'll have a few other things to talk about and to share with you. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.